Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, June the 25th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please? So hopefully we don't have any issues today. There were server issues with the developer of the room, power outages, I guess, wherever the servers are located, but obviously that is okay today. So we had some on and off experiences yesterday. So hopefully it's okay today. So let's take a look at what's happening this morning. So one of the stars right off the bat is that EXO. It's kind of a feel-good story, I hope. Gap up, FDA clearance. They're in the robotics sector. Huge pop right now, over $5 right now. And it's a low float, 4.2 million in the float. Just, I guess an argument could be made for maybe a bit of a break right there, 360. I did not take this trade. And let's see, 531 is the next high looking left. And, well, the market right now looks like it's kind of flat, trying to figure out a direction, basically flat. But all the airlines, cruisers, casinos, they're all down right now. Builders, KBH had earnings today. Sorry, well, they had earnings after hours, so yesterday. So this is an earnings play today. And there's a reaction after hours to KBH, and that's kind of holding right here, pre-market. PHCF. Okay, this had gapped up. Okay, they have actually, we don't have it listed as earnings, but they look like they have released, announced as financial results for the 6 months ended. Okay, so they have announced some form of financials. Initially, the reaction looks pretty good. It's up 47%, 3 million shares. SRN from yesterday, Sorrento still is active. Sorrento, big potential gap fill, guys. Look at that weekly chart all the way up to 10. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but that's kind of encouraging. And when you look at that gap, VXRT, this came in the basic new highs later on, right around here, I think. Had a nice little run right at the very end of the day. A bit of a continuation, VXRT. Isaiah, it's kind of trying to come back a little bit here. Lots and lots of volume. Look at that volume, 6.3 million shares. It's up 19%. Kind of got whacked down, I think, of financing. So it is trying to come back. Isaiah is trying to come back a bit. IZEA. CMLS. I think it's Cumulus, CMLS. Yeah, it's up 21%. Not huge volume, but still 90,000. It's a low float, 15 million in the float. This has room on that daily chart to maybe the 580-ish area. So that would have room to run a little bit on a percentage basis if it get even close. I don't see any specific news for it. Katov is trying to make us way over $1 again. Just kind of hanging there. It's up 15%. Big volume. I mean, that's the issue right there. Look at that volume, 10 million. Of course, it's had an incredible volume week. Look at the volume week. 566 million shares have traded this week. And that's only the first 3 days. UKSO just continues. I was looking at REWalk to see if there's any sympathy move for REWalk. Maybe a little bit of a sympathy move. Same sector. And INO continues to surge here. Excuse me, INO continues to surge, up another 7%. Big volume, 2.4 million. Just as I was opening the room, BHAT had a pop. Let's see if it's holding. I don't know. There's the 200-day moving average is 187. What did it get to? It got to 166, so about 20 cents away. I am on the mic, yes. Oh, hopefully we're not happening. Can guys hear me? Somebody in the YouTube feed is saying they can't hear me. Make sure the audio is okay. Okay. And what else do I see here? KLR on the way down. Let's see if this can hold forward. This is a big gap down. This is an all-time low. KLR all-time low. I don't see any specific news for it. There it is. Announces pricing a public offering of common stock. Let's see if the actual price is listed. And it's at $4.50 a share, so it's underneath. How many shares are they offering? 7.7 million at $4.50 a share. So that's the reason for that downturn. All right, SPY's putting a little bit of a pop here. It's the most mild one. You know, the unemployment numbers came out again this morning. Okay, let me see what else is happening here. Again, you know, pick a cruiser, any cruiser. American Airlines probably is still the weakest looking airline. Look, it has room down to that 1050 mark on the weekly chart. All right, what time is it? 9:12. So before I take a look at some of the upgrades and downgrades, if you want to follow my watch lists, watch this up, down, and the repeating version, just go to the toolbar, click on New Channel Bar, and then Barry's Watch Lists, okay? Remember, everything in the channel is a layout, so make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load anything from the channel bar. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. Your layout will be replaced. Again, that's okay as long as you've saved it to the cloud. Well, obviously the market doesn't think it's good, so. Oh, geez, just after I mentioned, could there be a sympathy? Look at this, guys. Just after I mentioned, could there be a sympathy play with ReWalk, RWLK? Look at the pop it's having right now, and that's a sympathy play with EXO, EKXO. Because I don't think they have any specific news on it today. But I think this is just a sympathy play with EKSO. All right, guys, I'm going to take a look and see what sort of upgrades and downgrades there are this morning from briefing.com. See how active the analysts have been today. And not terribly active. Let's see. All right, there are the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in now. And there's actually a downgrade for QURE. Oh, several downgrades. I see 3 of them. Boy, that EKSO continues to rip here, guys. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. How's that rewalk doing? Is it still? Again, I don't think there is any specific news for rewalk this morning. I think it's just piggybacking on the EKSO. EKSO. Well, again, when I get a question like that, any thoughts? I just wait for the market to open to see, what's going to happen. I mean, it's obviously rebounding off these lows. I believe they had done a financing. There's a lot of activity up here, of course, but it's slid for the last few days. Looks like it finally found a base around $1, and I don't see any specific news for it today. Okay, Isaiah provides COVID-19 operations update. So I guess there's a little bit of news on it this morning. Just needs a little more volume. It's a fairly low float, this Cumulus, CMLS. I haven't seen this one for a while. But again, I think there's quite a bit of, there's going to be a lot of resistance, I think, right around that 580 mark. For a highly speculative one, this SHL, look at the volume though, 500,000 shares already. SHLL, of course, this was the acquisition. Oh, I forgot to mention Rite Aid. Rite Aid is an earnings play. One of the few earnings plays, of course, one of the few earnings plays that people will have heard of. KBH probably is another one. I do see BlackBerry, but what to say. But Rite Aid has I don't know. It looks like there's too much resistance, around 15ish. However, reaction is obviously pretty good from its earnings release. This is, I think, the last earnings release it had a tremendous run. Of course, this is all pre-COVID. And by the way, I had a decent play with the plug yesterday. And guys, I would encourage you, if you have the AI, first of all, obviously load the window right now if you have the AI. But make sure you add the reentry price and reentry time column, all right? We're now getting an alert on it. And plug was actually a pretty good alert. It got stopped out early, and then there was a reentry price. I think it was around 4:30 or so. I'm sorry, 7:30 or so, 7:34 or so, something like that. And it had a run right at the end of the day up to 780. Nothing incredible, but I would definitely have this reentry time and reentry price column open, because now we're getting an audible alert when there is a second chance to get into the trade. And all you have to do, it's one of the columns, just do a search on the columns. Okay, do a search on the columns, reentry. There they are. You can put the stop in also if you want. BRP. Okay, a little bit of a pop here, a little bit of a gap here, trying to come back. Speaking of plug, a little bit of a sell-off, not huge, only 25 cents. And then, of course, the other one yesterday, WKHS, that just kept moving higher and higher. Oh, I see. So it actually sold off at the end of the day, but now it is up. So another one to absolutely keep an eye on, see if it has, I mean, it almost got up to 10. I guess it hit 10.03 maybe, or right to 10. Amazing how that works. It's all psychological, guys. And I usually sit out at least the first 15 minutes. Let things try to settle down a little bit. I see GNC is you know, it's up a lot, 35%, huge volume, GNC. Anything could be a swing trade. Anything can be a swing trade. Okay, I mean, it's up to you. I mean, as I always say, look left on the daily, weekly, monthly. I mean, if you get something that's, you know, working well intraday and it closes near the high and you look left on that daily, weekly, and monthly and there's still room for it to move, you know, and the 200-day moving average is not nearby, you can make up your mind if you want to swing it. It's all a mindset. Swing trading, intraday trading, it's a mindset. I mean, there is a channel, new. Click on new and then channel bar. There is a channel, I think that Swing Ideas or something like that. Swing Ideas, you can click on that. Remember, it's a layout. If you have a layout already up, make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you click on anything from within the channel bar, all right? Here's another one just ripping here, guys. APVO, through the 200-day moving average on in Fuego here. It has a lot of resistance right around 950. But you see what I do. I mean, I've got this daily, weekly, monthly. I know I nag a lot about it, but why I have it here? Yes, I'm way more of an intraday trader. But if I'm going to get into a trade, because most of the things that I see are near the high or the low of the day. So if I'm going to get into that trade, I mean, I won't take it just because it's at the high of the day, of course. It has to come from a decent pattern, but I'm always then going to look left. And I have to say to myself, okay, great, you're at the high of today, but where could it stall? You know, what sort of resistance is there on the higher time frames? If I see a big void, big gap, I say, okay, at least I don't have to worry about chart resistance. I mean, there might be other reasons why it's not going to keep going up. But one of them will not be chart resistance. Well, APVO just absolutely in rippage mode. Let's see, is there any... Yeah, let's see. To receive 7-year quarterly royalty from Pfizer for sales of rituximab, biosimilar, all these bio names. So there's your news for... does it actually give a dollar value? Just looking to see if there's actually a dollar value. I don't see a dollar value, but 7-year quarterly royalty payment from Pfizer. And this is a super low float, 2.4 million in the float. Yeah, it's a challenge sometimes. So, but look at all the resistance right here. But man, if it pops through this, I mean, then it's got still has some room. I mean, it's already up 55%, 170,000 shares. But look at that! Look at that float, 2.4 million in the float. That's the key. Anybody wondering why a stock does this? Yeah, it's had some. Obviously, the news looks good, but it would not be up if it unless it would not be up this much. The only reason is it's only got 2.4 million shares in the float. The float are the available shares to be traded. That are so you see right now 208,000. More than likely, I mean, once this really starts to pick up, it'll trade that float several times. So basically, this is a supply of stock, and the demand was created because of the press release. It's like the house on the corner. Not ready for that analogy quite yet. Maybe a little later on. On the cul-de-sac, you're right. Not on the corner. It's in the cul-de-sac. All right, guys, I'm just going to close these two down. This is Brokerage Plus you see here. Hopefully change the name. I really like to change this name. I think people misinterpret what this is. They think this is somehow a brokerage platform. It's not. You still need a broker to trade. You don't need to use this to trade with Trade Ideas, but I'd rather call this the Trade Ideas Simulator. So I put it in simulation mode. So what that means is you can use this to paper trade real time using our real time data. Doesn't matter what broker you've got. Okay, one moment, please. Burp is up, BRP. Look at this. This is starting to rip now. This had hardly any volume. And now it's starting to some tremendous rippage here. Something's going on here, guys. We should see in the y-axis. There we are. Okay. And this is a low float situation, about 20 million in the float. I don't see. Okay, they've done a financing, 1325. So this is really, really popping off the financing price. 11 million shares. So they're raising a whack of money, 11 million shares at 1325. And look at this, it's way off the financing price. Again, typically when a company does a financing, the best it can, the day of, the best usually you can get from it is that the price will be around the financing price. Most of the time it's below because existing shareholders hate being diluted. But this is ripping off the financing of 1325. At least it was. All right, everybody. 30 seconds left for the market to open. Let's have a great trading day today. Yesterday was a bit of a challenge. Well, if you want to go long, it was a challenge for sure. SPY right now is still essentially flat. I didn't see what the jobless numbers were this morning. I think they were estimated around 1.3, 1.4 million applying. I don't know what they came out at. Okay, we are now open. Okay, there's Rite Aid. Rite Aid making a new, not a pre-market high. Pre-market high was almost $15 for RAD. KBH. Actually, KBH is trying to come back here, bouncing off the pre-market lows. 27. There's a nice $2 pop off the pre-market lows. Market is just flat to begin anyway. There's the workhorse, guys. WKHS. See if it takes out that 10. All right, again, just biding my time, letting things settle down just a little bit. Too many times I got burned. Look at INO. Look at the volume that has come into INO. Now this is not a low float situation. That's what makes it really spectacular. The fact that it has had a run like that with that float, 142 million in the float. It's a big supply of stock. But obviously the news with the, what was it, 71 or $72 million Department of Justice or Department DOD, Department of Defense injection a couple of days ago. But there's the pop. Look where it got to. Got to 976. It's pulled all the way down to 929. That's why you can get really, really whippy action in the first 15 minutes. Also, it's going into the Russell 2000. Thank you, JJ. Just keeping an eye on the SPY here, guys. So the market now, okay, the market is a little bit starting to weaken a bit here. I mean, of course, we had a big down day yesterday. Look at EXO, guys. Just made a new high. Wow, and it just got halted. Just got halted. EXO just got halted. And this is going to be, well, let's see what it's stacking out right now. 612, 611, 611. So nothing shaking yet. There was the halt at 611. Again, this is from Interactive Brokers. Okay, your broker will have something like this also. This is not from Trade Ideas. Yeah, this is one. I mean, this is the one that I traded a couple of days ago, and this has just had a tremendous 3 days now. AHPI, this had a big up day yesterday in the face of market being down 700, and this had a great day yesterday, big continuation. Yeah, so Apt, is it over 20? Not yet. Lake and Apt, of course, running hand in hand, in tandem. Apt actually has, in theory, a little more room. If you look at this big spike that week, of course, this was the beginning of the pandemic. What'd you get in, what was your price? No, it should be okay. The first halt usually, Victor, is good. The first halt. VX, keep an eye on this VXRT. I don't know if I had it down here. Yeah, I had. I don't know if I talked about it. I had it down on my watch list. Again, a nice little move at the end of the day. I didn't take this one. This was had to take off, but a nice little move at the end of the day from the basic new highs. I'm just having to change something here, guys. Am I? All right, guys. I'm obviously watching one in the AI very, very, very closely. Okay, so if you have them, if you have them on your monitor, okay, NH just got halted also. NH was halted at the open. So you have them on your monitor, you can see that like you can see the scans on your monitor. Then just save them to the cloud. Okay, right click. So just right click and save or share to cloud. Click on that and save. So now they're in your cloud, all right? And then if you have the windows that you want, if you have the windows that you want and you want to see them, virtually every day, then create a layout out of it. Click on entire layout, give it a name, and then save it to the cloud, okay? Well, okay, so you have to copy the link from in the Word document. Just copy the link, okay, and then file, load from cloud, and then this will probably be blank, this box, and just paste the link in here, and then load. If it's not blank, if it actually copied already, then just load it, and then again, once it's on your screen, save it to the cloud. And then it's in your cloud forever. Cloudera, guys, Cloudera. All right, there's the open for EKSO. There's the open. Yeah, GNC is, I mean, it's tremendous rippage. Don't get me wrong, but I mean, it's now 71%, 14 million. 14 million. And Sorrento on the move, SRNE. See if it can take out 7. That'll get me really interested. It's a little too close to the whole number right now for me. $14 million. What? 14 million? What? You mean how much it traded? Right there, the single stock window, and it's at 15 million now. 15.7 million right there. See the volume? Single stock window. But that, wow, EXO. Okay, guys, MAXR also here. This is a big area. Let's see, 1917. Right around here, it could be the resistance area, so it has some room maybe to 19. SRNE getting closer to that 7. No, guys, okay, it's breaking through. And that's the SRNE. And it's breaking through in a big way now. Oh boy, this stupid one wins is halted also. Well, WKHS is after that big flurry of excitement all the way almost to 10. Look at what it did. It dropped. So what is the market doing? Okay, so now we're getting that first 15-minute candle is getting a little bit wider, and unfortunately, well, not if you want to go long, red. Okay, guys, on that AI alert, the one that starts with the letter V, just take a look left though on that weekly chart. You're going to see a high that's pretty close to the current price. So just be aware of that. That is a big drop for EXO, guys, aka EKSO. They got hit almost 7 and right back down to 589. Well, this is going to have another stupid open, crazy, ridiculous open. If this holds 72 on this bankrupt stock, wins. Now that's the way it's done, Torps. Thank you for that. Notice what Torps said. Full disclosure, I am long. So if you're going to post something about a stock, this is not a pumping room at all, okay? So if you're going to post something about a stock, indicate that you're in it. Okay, so wow, look at that pullback from 968 down to 792, and that's for the APVO. Okay, now it's coming back down to the financing price. What did I say it was? APVO, what did I say it was? 7. I thought I wrote it down somewhere. Oh, I'm sorry. No, that's a different one. This is the one that received the 7-year quarterly royalty from Pfizer. I didn't see a price. Didn't see any sort of. It's probably pinned to a lot of things, so I didn't actually see a dollar value. Okay, so this is the first one that has appeared, 9:45. As I say, nothing appears here until at least 9:45. Didn't have very many stocks in the watch list today, guys. It was slim pickings, really. So this one will appear if once it takes out that high right there, it'll appear right in there, VXRT. If it takes out that high, which is 399. But again, with the market drifting down, you'd be a little bit wary of your longs, unless it's something that is really trading on its own. The alpha stock trading on its own in that it has some news specific to it, or maybe it's an earnings play. Otherwise, a lot of stocks will kind of track the overall market. Oh, wow. Easy come, easy go. So that initial bid ask proved not to be correct. So look at wins now. I don't even want to talk about it, guys, really. All right, guys. EXO. This might be setting up now after that pullback. Little top bottoming tail there. Let's see if EXO can continue a run. That's right. This could have been a big resistance area for it. But it flew right through that area. I mean, the next area could be up here around the 860 mark. All right, guys, this is not triggered. This is in the watch list. The volume isn't big enough yet, but take a look at RTRX. You can see that if it can take out the high of maybe about 6 weeks ago, 1787, it's got a lot of room. It's just the volume is very light right now. Yeah, that's what I was also wondering about. The SPY at that 200-day moving average, 301.61, so it's just a little bit below it now. There's a big... Okay, I'm happy for you, Victor. We typically don't talk about how much we make in the room or how many shares we take, but I am happy for you. That's okay. This is not shortable, APVO, not shortable for me anyway. So it's right at the, it's really sinking. That news did not hold. Quarterly royalty arrangement with Pfizer just did not hold. Yeah, not many OTC traders in the room, but you've intrigued me. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, I mean, it's a heck of a move. Well, guys, I wish there's just not enough volume maybe, but this is looking really interesting. The RTRX is just not that much volume. Only 50,000 shares so far. What a nice looking void though. I mean, this is really nice. Just wish there was volume. Yeah, it's not so much how many shares you're taking because it's how much are you going to risk per trade, Rose. You know, how many dollars, if you're going to risk $100 on a trade, as an example. Yeah, I'm sure you meant FTCH, not FTSH. So if you're going to risk $100 a trade and your stop is 10 cents away, not just because it's an arbitrary 10-cent stop, because it makes sense on the chart, maybe there's some support there, and you're going to risk $100 on the trade, then you can take 1,000 shares as an example. So it's not, you're like, the idea is not to take the same number of shares per trade. It's, oh, one moment, please. Yeah, Fetch is on the move here. I mean, this is a huge gap too, guys. Nice spot by Victor. Huge gap here. As I said, the VXRT would show up if it took out that high. All right, guys, I'm in it, but I'm a little bit. I just got to take. There's the area I was talking about right there. 416, 414 takes that out. We're away to the races. 412. It's just got to clear that little. I mean, listen, I shouldn't say it like that. I don't mean it, but that is going to be right there in that monthly chart. There's the high. Just has to take that out. Then the next high looking left on the monthly chart is 5. So I'm in the VXRT. Okay, it's taking it out. Just watching the VXRT, guys. Boy, FTCH is just in rip mode here. I'm trying to see if there's any strong guidance update. Okay, so they've given a strong guidance update. All right, let me get this in here. I had the caps on. Okay, sorry, had the caps on. So just wanted to wait for that 4 break. I was a little worried about 414, but okay, guys. Mark is putting in a bit of a green. All right, guys, I've taken some of that off. It's struggling to get through that 414. So I've taken some off at 417 for the VXRT. Yeah, look at Sono. Yeah, Sono on the move here. And RAD, my goodness, look at RAD 1515. I missed this one from 1515, and it's 1542. What a move! Next high looking left on that weekly chart is 1584. I see. Okay, Fred, good. Okay, VXRT surging now. Okay, guys, this is a certified winner now. There's from the AI 375, 435. I know I waited for a 4 break. Had it here at 4, had it here at 406. Welcome to the room, Jess. Well, do you have a Trade Ideas subscription? You're in a Trade Ideas trading room, so these are scanners that have been put together using Trade Ideas, of course. And how it works, just if you're, I'm not telling anybody what to buy and sell. You know, if I'm getting interested in a stock, I'm certainly, you know, I talked about the VXRT. I said it would alert at 4 in here if it took out that high. And then it's up to you if you want to take the trade. And MAXR on the move, 1844. There is the alert here, 1844. I'm just watching the VXRT. Okay, I'm looking to take some more out, just watching it right here. Wow, there it goes, guys. All right, can it take out 450? Okay, I've just taken some out at 446 in case it cannot take out that 50 cent. So sold a little bit at that 417 just in case, and then 446. Yeah, bottoming tails, big clue, guys. Can be big clues. Bottoming tails, topping tails. All right, guys, going back to bed. That's all I need to do today. And you look, you have the AI. You see there was the alert, 375. I waited. I know I waited for the whole number break, but there's 20% right there. Well, a bunch of them. You know, I mean, first of all, I saw it on the AI, but it was also in my watch list. And, you know, I like to wait for a 4 break. See how it was trading around that whole number. And it seemed to be holding well, so took it with a pretty tight stop. If it had broken down through 4, I was out. Meanwhile, my gosh, Rad, it's a big float too. Well, not a huge float. They did a reverse split a while back because it used to be a lot bigger. Look at Rad. This could be one of those, I do remember, if you guys recall, these weeks here, I believe it was earnings, and it just exploded from 7 all the way up to 24. Again, this is pre-pandemic, but we could have continuation on earnings for a while for Rad. Continuation, in other words, a multi-day run. Now, congratulations, Fred, on the NNVC also. And look at VXRT. Hallelujah. 24% now. This is a different day from yesterday, guys, for sure. Market is trying to come back, actually. We're almost neutral. Well, there's the alert here, 839, and we are now at 862 from this basic new high. Just basic, easy window to put together. Everything, I'm sharing everything. If you're a Trade Idea subscriber, you just have to click on either the scans tab here, all the scans I'm sharing, or click on the Room Drive icon. Half open folder, scans that I share, goes to a Word document. And then if you want to load, all you have to do is copy the link from the Word document, just copy the link, and then File, Load from Cloud. Can't remember if once you've copied it, it'll show up here. If it doesn't, if it's blank, then just paste it in, Control V it in, and then load it. Very different day from yesterday so far. Look at the MaxR, 1844, 1910 now. So what this means is the no repeat, and this is the repeating version. So every time a stock makes a new high or a new low, no, I'm sorry, yeah, this is also lows here, but there are no lows yet. Anytime a stock makes a new high or a new low with the filter satisfied, you'll see it here every time. The no repeat is just showing the first time we got alerted to it. What did it do afterwards? So there's EXO as an example, 642 at 938. I think it was halted right then. Did pop up to 7. Sorrento 686. Got up to 726. The MaxR 1844, and it's still on the way. The RAD 1524, 1569. So this is a good way to take a look. If you missed the alert, you can always go back and see, okay, what has it done since then? And maybe it's done really nothing, so it could give you a setup still. The VXRT, of course, 406. Wow, all the way up to 471. And NVC 839 popped up to 893. I mean, you got to be quick, guys. Some of these are not going to last, but most of them have lots and lots of volume, so it's easy enough to get in and out. I mean, look at the volume for this one, 19 million shares. So keep an eye on the EKSO. Oh, in fact, there it is. Shoot. I just was going to take this trade over 6. I may be a little late. Well, okay, the exit strategies. Every, do I have? I don't have this anymore. Well, most of the strategies have a hold time. It could be 30 minutes, 45 minutes, 60 minutes. Some are all day. Okay, so that's one way the AI gets out. Some of them have targets. Of course, there's a stop. If it hits a stop, it gets out. And then there's some other algorithms that kick in. A stock that might have popped up, it hasn't hit the target, and it still hasn't. It's still underneath the hold period for the strategy, but it starts moving down. There's an algo that could kick in to save the profit. So there are a bunch of ways. Well, probably. I mean, the high of the day. You can always look at that high of the day. I mean, that could stall it. Right around 7. But it is blasted through that 200 day. If it can get through the high of the day again, then when you look left on the weekly chart, it has room. I'm not saying it's going to get there, but it has room to about that 880 area. Just have higher time frames up on your, and you can see all this stuff for yourself. So RAD is pulled back now. Yeah, I don't have very much of the VXRT left, guys. I have just a little bit left, just in case it decides it wants to take out that high. The same thing, though. Looking left on that monthly chart, I think five could probably stall it quite a bit. I mean, it hit 470. I'm out some more up in that area there. I don't have very much left. Yeah, it did get halted. Ooh, this is going to be looks like it could be a good halt. Well, they're so spaced apart though, so I don't know. Sometimes what we see is a stock gets halted, it resumes, and then it gets immediately halted again because it pops up. I mean, there's no science in this. I mean, usually the first halt is pretty good. The second one can be okay. If it gets halted the third time, but we're talking in rapid succession, usually that third time means, okay, it's not news, it's just volatility. It's not a news halt. That it might be getting tired. But these halts are, the first one was at 9:33, so this one is half an hour later. So, Jason, yes, you can access, when you say charts, you're talking about scans, right? If you want my scans, you'll have to come into the we'll call it the other trading room. I'll give you the link for it. I can share. Okay, Jason. There's a link for the room. And I'm talking about this room here. I can't share scans in the YouTube feed. I can, one at a time, links one at a time, but you want all my scans, take a look at them, then you'll have to come into the trading room. No, this is there was no other trading room, no. ATFO got halted, but on the way up, how wild, I mean, this is how wild things are, guys. I mean, look what it did. It got all the way up to 973. On the news, they have some kind of a royalty deal with Pfizer. I mean, that's a big drop. That's a big percentage drop. And then popping right back up. Yeah, market is turning a little bit green. There's a slight disconnect going on. NAS and the SPY, well, SPY is basically neutral. Dow's up, but the tech is down. Tech is down. So far in my watch list, three pretty good ones. Of course, the RAT is awesome. I mean, 15.15. Now it's 16. The VXRT, of course, was awesome. The ATRA was a little bit choppy, but it looks like it wants to move. And again, you want my watch list just from the toolbar, new, channel bar, Barry's watch list. Remember, I know I say this, I have to say this over and over again because other people don't listen or they're just coming into the room. Everything in this channel bar is a layout. So you can only have one layout loaded at a time. Make sure you save your layout to the cloud before you load anything, including my Barry's watch list from the channel bar, okay? Okay, here's another one now, LLNW. Okay, can this take out, so looking left on that daily chart, it's right at the high of 2 days ago. And then looking left on that weekly chart, it got up to 702. So, you know, if I'm going to take this trade, this has to, well, a couple things. It's got to clear the whole number. I'm going to stick an alert, price alert at 706 for it. This is not a low float, 114 million in the float. They don't all have to be. And if I look left on the monthly chart, there is probably, yeah, there's no resistance. I mean, I'm going to go back many, many years before I see these levels. So okay, I got to ask the question again. CHK, did it show up on your Halts Resumes? Didn't show up on mine. I don't know why. No, Eric, it is not. This is the only, you have to load these from the channel bar. Wow, not over yet. VXRT, not over yet. So, I mean, it's appeared in the new highs. It appeared in my watch list. Of course, it appeared as in the AI. You know, the market continues like this and it puts in a steady rally for the day. It's going to be awesome. You're going to see a lot of stocks that got beaten up yesterday coming back for the day anyway. Okay, one moment, please. All right. You know, I'm going to get on my soapbox again a little bit because, of course, I see all the emails that come in. You too, Thomas. I see all the emails that come in from customers, subscribers, or people looking to become subscribers. And it always astonishes me how complicated they want to make trading. They're looking for, I need this indicator that does this and that on all these different time frames and over and over and over again. And I just shake my head. So the CHK just showed up as a resume. Well, guys, I mean, if this takes a... Okay, I might as well stick the alert here. Why not? 506. Get my marks here. So it'll be a nice video today. Took just a little bit of that 417. And just... I always do this, Just take out pieces along the way, just in case it can't break certain levels. And also, the other thing is, I mean, look, stock has gone up. I mean, these are huge, huge percentage moves in such a short period of time. So I couldn't face myself, if I didn't take some off, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, the stock just drops. Yeah, boy, I mean, now this is a tough trader. This is an extremely tough trader. The APFO. Hard to get a real feel on that one. Ooh, down goes Sorrento. SRNE. These are starting to move down also. I have my alert set for LLNW just over 7. See if it takes that out. Okay, Fred, I'm not 100%. I know what you're talking about, but... Well, the volume is starting to pick up in this Retrofin RTRX. This was around only 50,000 shares. Remember, I was talking about this, saying it wasn't going to get in. Well, it will show up now if it gets over the high of the day for 1843. It'll show up here at 1843. I mean, it still could be very interesting. And that's the RTRX. I'm sorry, on which one, Hero? Which one? This is a good sign? I don't recall saying it's a good sign. I was just saying if it takes out 5, I don't recall saying it's a good sign. If I did, all I meant was, I mean, it's holding, and if it can take out 5, then it could have a shot to get up to that 7 area. Ah, Jason. Okay, I see. You've come over as Snowman. So now you can have... What time is it right now? 10:20. Normally around 10:30 is when I start to do this, but that's okay. So if you want my scans, click on that Room Drive icon. Scans that I share, download, goes to a Word document. All the links will be in there. Or click on the Scans tab, and all my scans are here that I'm sharing. Yeah, I don't recall the topping tail is just a sign, of course, is that maybe that's well, obviously the top, and it could start to fall. I don't recall the specific stock though. I don't think I talked about a topping tail for VXRT. I don't think I did, but if I did, more than likely, I have a price range I like to trade, and Spotify is just not one of them. I just don't like trading this price range. But I mean, it's been I know. I mean, I've been following Spotify, in the news and all. I mean, it's been a fantastic run, no question. I'm more of an under 20 guy, 1 to 20. And if the reason is that, I just find that there are more plays like that can give me bigger percentage moves. And absolutely no way slagging anybody who wants to trade over 20. Okay, this could be interesting. Look at this red bar ignored right here. Red bar ignored for ATRA. What sort of room it has? It has room, ATRA. Red bar ignored on the 5-minute chart. Red bar meaning, now I tend to like to see a couple of green candles ahead of that red bar, but I guess in theory that is a red bar ignored. So what are we talking about? That red bar is totally engulfed by the previous green candle. And then if the next candle is green and has a price above, which it did briefly, above the high of that red candle, then the trend might continue. So this is kind of, if you look at it like this, again, a bit of a trend. I like to see maybe at least 2 green bars ahead of it, but we'll just call the trend, a pause in the trend, then the continuation. On the fetch consolidation. Yeah, I mean, on the 5-minute chart, and look at the volume that came in. I mean, lots and lots of volume that came in. Hasn't popped it yet, though. Hasn't really popped it yet. Have I missed it? LLNW through that hasn't quite triggered yet. LLNW now, just because it's over 7 doesn't mean I just automatically take it. Right now it's extended, so my wish is that it settles just a little bit. It may not. I mean, it may just keep going. AVLR. Another one that is really active right now. AVLR. I don't know. I don't know. Again, it's out of the price range. I like to trade. So I don't know what's going on with it. So Tim, this is what I mean. The channels typically, when you are and obviously you're a Trade Idea subscriber, and assuming you remain a Trade Idea subscriber, ultimately you will create your own layout. Kind of like what I've got here. This is my layout. Do I make changes to it every now and then? Of course, but that's why I save each individual window to the cloud, because, I don't know. I mean, maybe a month from now, this basic new highs and lows, maybe for whatever reason, it just doesn't seem to giving me the alerts that I want. So I might have to replace it with something else that I used in the past and see how it works. Okay, but for the most part, my layout remains the same every single day, and it's been like that for years. So the way in which I would use the channel bar is you're not going to use it every day. You're not going to flip channels all day long, because what you said is exactly correct. every time you go to a channel, it replaces whatever layout you had. So my recommendation is when you go into a channel, take a look at the individual scans that are in there. And if something looks like it makes sense to you that you might want to take a look at, then all you have to do is take that window within and save it to the cloud. All right, and then move on. And over time, you might start bringing those windows back one by one and creating a layout from them. Okay? Does that make sense? Let's try to show you what I mean. I'll show you exactly what I mean. I'm just trying to. Oh man, VXRT. Just look at this, guys. I mean, now this is what we want to see. 31%. You didn't use one good trade. So if I click on a channel, stock surging. Okay. Okay, stock surging. So if I look at this one, and it's called the action is heating up right now. I might look at that and go, that looks interesting to me. So I take a look at the window, right click, configure, and I see what sort of filters there are. I mean, I never know why they go 1 in 1,000, but I might say, okay, I only want to look at stocks between 1 and 20, as an example. The volume today is 50,000. I can up that to say 200,000. VHX, I don't even know what to say. Speechless. Okay, so now see how I've changed it, 1 in 20. Minimum volume is 200,000. I can add a couple more filters if I want. And once I'm done, sort of taken that, call it a generic window, customize it to my preferences, and then I can right click and save it to the cloud. Right click, save, save. So now it's in your cloud. Now you can go on to another channel and start extracting windows that might make sense to you. Once you've done that, then you can start bringing back those windows one by one and maybe making, your layout. Look at WKHS, guys, at $10. Yes. So, I mean, the channel bar is a great start for a lot of people. Just kind of surfing through, checking out the things that just checking out all these themed channels and taking windows out that you might like. So Dante, no. You mean all my trade ideas windows? No, Dante. So I had a question. Are all my trade ideas windows on one screen? No. I have 3 monitors, so I do have other trade ideas windows on other monitors. Well, guys, it's 10:30. So first of all, what a morning. What a great morning. Welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday, between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Keep an eye on that VXRT, guys. It might struggle to get through 5. So, if you're in this one, just be aware that it might struggle to get through 5. If you are a Trade Idea subscriber, I'm sharing a lot of scans. If you're in the YouTube feed, and you want some of the scans that I'm sharing, you'll have to come into what we call the other trading room. Here's the link for you. And this is what it looks like. There are a lot more traders in the room, a lot more interactivity with the traders. I can share scans a lot easier. Yeah, mRNA, somebody was saying. The creator is right. Meanwhile, guys, through 10 in a big way, WKHS. If you just loaded it, Ali, you won't see all the original ones. You're only going to see the last ones. Okay? If you loaded it from the channel bar, new, channel bar, and my windows, well, my watch list, you won't see all the previous ones. You'll only probably see the last one. Okay? So again, if you are a subscriber to Trade Ideas, sharing a lot of scans, you can click on the scans tab right there. Here are all the scans that I'm sharing. Or click on the Room Drive icon, scans that I share, download. That'll go to a Word document. Then you can take a look at all the scans later on. And you can, if you like something, if you see something you might like to look at, then all you have to do is copy the link and then file load from cloud and paste the link in here and load it. The links, I'm going to talk about some more links, training links, etc. a little bit. So you can also download that. If you want to join in all the fun, you can take out a subscription. This is the link right there. And we have a promo code, Barry4Alpha 15% off the first month only or the entire year. This is how much Trade Ideas costs. We have 4 plans. The preferred, I hate calling it the preferred plan, but anyway, the big plan, the premium yearly, $22.68 a year minus the 15%, and the standard yearly, $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference is this. If you're going to subscribe to our premium service, it's because you want the AI alerts, okay? That's why you're doing it. Yeah. Dante, you can, yes, you can scan for OTC, pink sheet sauce, absolutely. You don't have to start off with a premium plan or an annual plan. Try us out. Standard monthly, $118 a month, less the 15%, or the premium monthly, $228, less the 15%. Remember, that discount's only good for the first month. These are not contracts, they're just month to month. You can cancel anytime. But if you decide that you want to upgrade, you do it within 30 days of taking out a subscription, we'll honor that 15% promo code. Is my voice cutting in and out? Somebody's telling me my voice is cutting in and out. Hopefully it's just you, Calvin. Sounds like it must be just you, Calvin. All right, somebody asked me a question about, just before I go on and talk about the AI and all, somebody asked me a question, I can't see it now. Somebody asked me for scan settings. Is that correct? Oh, you can add it, Ali. You can do anything you want. I mean, I don't have the. Oh, this is. Oh, I see. I see. Yeah. This is just a. I wouldn't worry about it. Okay, I wouldn't worry about it. Somebody asked that VWAP column. I wouldn't worry about it. Well, it's all you have to do is just choose from any alert window. I mean, these are scans, right, that I've set up, and then all you have to do, unless somebody's wanting to do OTC, so all you have to do is just check the exchanges. Okay, so there's pinks. So these 3, and then you can just deal with OTCs. And then, just set up the scans as you want. Okay? Okay, guys, so this is, I want to go over the AI. Ah, that is one I did not have. A second here. Obviously pinned. Give me one moment here, please. Just have to rearrange something on my other monitor. Okay, guys, so hopefully you guys took a lot of profit out of the VRXT. I kept hammering at this idea that it may not be able to take out 5. So, okay, let's talk about the AI and what it means, what it does, how it works. So what is today? Thursday. So at the end of today, the AI waits for the market to close, so has access to the latest market data. And then we have what we call approximately 50 baseline strategies. This is not one of them, but if it were one of them, then the AI takes a look at all the filters that are in place. The AI strategies have way more filters. Takes a look at all the filters that are in place. Maybe makes adjustments to the filter values. Maybe takes a filter out, adds one in. Runs through what we call an optimization procedure for each single strategy. Tedious process even to do one. Impossible, of course, for you and I to run through 50 like that. When the AI did its work last night, it optimized all the strategies. And these are the ones that made the cut. Quite a few made the cut, actually. Making the cut meaning it had the proper win percentage and profit factor combination. That's why these strategies, that's why you see these here. Tomorrow, we don't know which ones are going to make the cut. Now, there's L and W, guys. And then all you have to do, if you have the AI, is from the toolbar, New, and click on this one, AI/Holly Strategy Trades window. This window will appear. Of course, what you really should do is load it and then incorporate this as part of your layout. So you don't have to do it every day. All right, just incorporate this window as part of your layout. So every morning it'll be blank. Then you just wait for the alerts to happen. How you trade them is up to you. And that's basically how the AI works. Holly does not factor in news at all. I mean, the news could be factored in already if something is running, but it's not looking at a news headline. But if a stock is running, typically it's because there's some news, either earnings or literally some news. And I get the question all the time, how do you trade the AI? It's up to you. I mean, I hate to say it quite like that, but it's up to you. How I trade it will be very different from how you trade it. I use it as a watch list. I like the stocks under 20. That's all I concentrate on. But you might have a different take on it. I don't get hung up. I mean, look, here's the alert at 375. Did I take it at 375? Nope. I waited so I gave up 25 cents approximately. I wanted to see a 4 break, and that's just the way I like to trade. So but it's still, obviously it got all the way up to 5. Tremendous trade. And this has been really, I obviously if I could be paying a little more attention to my alerts and all, I'd be taking a few more trades. But in the nature of what I do, I have to explain things as I go along. But this is all for you guys. I mean, you know, I'm not going to tell anybody, take the trade, but you see what's happening in the watch list. You see what's happening here. All right, now I want to talk about Brokerage Plus. So if you have an Interactive Brokers account and you want to use this window to trade in combination with your Interactive Brokers account, then here is a scan for you. I'm not going to go over it in any detail. I'm going to encourage you to watch this. This will detail everything you have to know if you want to do that. Great video done by Michael Noss, our IB/B+ expert. Okay, all the information that you need is in there. What I want to talk about is how you can use this window right here as in simulation trading mode, paper trading mode. So the first thing, and this is all part of the standard service, okay? All you have to do is click on New and Brokerage Plus. This window will pop up. And then in the connected area, just check Trade Ideas Simulated Trading. Now you're ready to practice trading using our real-time data. So if you are, ooh, look at Pays. Let's take the trade. I'm just going to take the trade. Show how easy it is to do it. Good spread. Let's take 300 shares. We're going to buy it right at the market. I could do that because the spread was only a couple of pennies. Okay, so see how I did it. It was so simple. I just click on the alert. Symbol shows up. I picked how many shares I want. I went in at the market in this particular case because the spread was okay. Now again, I always say you should have a stop in mind, of course, before you enter the trade, but I'm going to show you how you can place it. So let's just say I wanted to put a stop at right there at 831. That'd be a pretty wide stop, but I'm looking at the, you know, this 5-minute chart. You know, I could put it maybe at the bottom here. So I'll put it at 838. So right click, add a stop order, and 838, 8.38. Now the stop will be added to the chart. You'll see it appear on the chart right there. So you see, so if I allowed this to take me out at 838, if it started moving against me, and I allowed it to take me out, I would lose $97. Okay, one moment, please. We got trades coming in today. Just one moment, please. Okay, guys, so there will be more background noise today as the restoration continues. Okay, so there is the stop. All right, now you can use this like a trailing stop. Let's say the trade really starts to work for you. And what did I get in at 871? It starts to. I will also put in a target. Some people want to put targets. Okay, you can add a target. Add a target. Let's just put, you know, $9. Okay. All I'm trying to do here is show you how easy it is to do this and how you can use this to simulate trading. You know, it's all real time, guys. It's using our real time data. Doesn't matter what brokerage account you've got. So you can see right there on that weekly chart that right now, if I allowed this to run and it got down to 838, I'd lose $97. It would take me out of the trade. And if I allowed it to take me out at 9, I'd make, what is it, $88. I can move these around though. Let's say that again, the trade really starts to work well. I can start to use this like a trailing stop. Just move this line. Okay, so I'm going to move it. I just move it up here for if it got close to 9 and I didn't want it to take me out at 9, I could start moving that around too. Or let's just say, for argument's sake, it got up to 890 and then it stalled. You know, okay, I better take it out. I could always move that line down. Okay, so you can just basically right on the chart. It is supposed to, okay, in the simulator, okay, it is supposed to Just in case, though, you can always go into the orders and cancel, okay? I never take anything for granted, but it is supposed to. One cancels other, OCO, yes. Okay, just 1 second, please. Okay, guys. So there's going to be a lot of activity in the background today. Okay, what happened to the... Oh yeah, this is getting more and more interesting, guys. The LLNW. Why is it getting more interesting? It's over 7. Okay. Remember what I was saying? And I wasn't going to chase it just because it got over 7. But the longer it bases here, just over 7, and then all of a sudden, if we get some volume coming in, we could be away to the races again. How do you scan for shorts that need to be covered? Well, I mean, obviously you can. So you're talking about. Okay, so you're talking about something that's racing higher. Well, I mean, we have the short float, so you can always add that as your as one of the parameters. Okay, so if it has a high short float and a stock is really whipping higher, so your inference is that if it's got a high short float, then you're getting a lot of short covering. So you can use that. That's I would start right there, drawer. Using the short float percent. I don't have a scan specifically for that, but I mean that's where I would start. You can zero in on stocks that have high short floats, and then if they're running. How do you open your watch list windows? Okay, let me try to see if I can figure out what you mean by that. So does that mean you've created a symbol list or a watch list? Okay. This is something I really, really wish down the road we'd be able to do a more in a more simplified way. But you have to attach you have to create a top list window or an alert window, okay, and attach your symbol list to it. Now, if you just want to see the symbols in your watch list, then what I would do is create a top list window and basically put no filters in, and then just attach the window. Let's pretend this was an alert window or a top list window with no filters, and then I would click on right-click, configure symbol list, and then find it. Hopefully, it's over here somewhere, and then check it, and then it'll get attached to that top list window, and you'll see all the symbols. Okay, make sense? The only way you can see your watch list is if you have to attach it to an alert window or a top list window. So for instance, where are you? There's a symbol list that I called SPAC Crazy, okay, SPAC Crazy, and I've attached it to this window. And these, based on the filters that I have in place, the watch list it has more filters in there, has more alerts and more symbols in it. These are the ones that have been extracted so far from that watch list because it's meeting the filter requirements, above yesterday's high, minimum volume requirement, things like that. I don't want all of these. I don't want all the symbols to show up every day. That's not the idea. There'd be too many. So I've got some filters in here. So it's looking at that watch list and only extracting these ones. Okay, so the layout is not shared. All the individual windows are shared. Okay, just answering a question, wanting my layout. Okay, so all the scans that I've got, again, if you click on that download link, it'll go to a Word document, and then all the links are there. You can see these are the links that I've got, scans. They're all here. Speaking of links, I didn't go over the links. The reason I don't have a big layout to share is because not everybody wants, all those windows. So I kind of put it on yourself to pick and choose the ones you might want. And I think a lot of people want this one. And of course, this is from my channel. Okay, the links. So let's talk about these links that I've got here. So I've already gone over subscription. Trade of the week is sent to you. Now, all these are clickable, of course. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I've gone over this Brokerage Plus intro. If you want to use this window here in conjunction with your Interactor Brokers account to trade, then please watch this video. I do a daily video between 1:15 and 1:45 every day. This will take you to the latest download. Okay, and surprised it doesn't say, oh, here it is. So there's the latest version available, 4.2.156. Okay. If you don't know what you have, just click on Help and About, and it'll tell you. I'm on a development version. And you'll know you don't have it if you don't have things like the Similar tab in the single stock window. I do, okay, I've already done that, the daily video. These are, I'm going to, a couple of great links if you're new to Trade Ideas. And even if you don't have the program, you can sort of see how relatively simple it is to set up, these scans that I've got here, how you can do your own. And here it is, 20 short video lessons. You click on that, and here they are. What is a top list, how to build a top list, alert window, etc., etc. Everything is all here. They're very short. I know it says 20 in 20 days, but obviously you can go at your own pace. And this is another training link. And you'll see the 20 and 20 right here also. But we also have some great training links here. TI University, expand that. Back to Basics, expand that. And all of the webinars that we have, they're all free. Everything is free. I mean, you can look at everything, to see how to use Trade Ideas. These are the webinars that are also free. Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. They're all archived. You can sign up for them all right there. And if you're a Mac user, this is a PC-based program. You can click on this. 3 ways in which you can use our program. We do have a web-based version of our program. It's not quite as robust. No, you cannot see the criteria for Holly's strategies. That's proprietary, Ali. Okay. Okay, so see, didn't get the volume burst. Now, obviously this is still can be very attractive, this LLNW. I'm just going to stick a price alert right back up here. Did not get that big volume burst to take it through. So that turned into a pretty good alert there. 1847 got up to 1928. It's just been a difficult trader. Now the PHCF, I'm sorry, somebody asked me a long time ago about it. Yeah, so what they did, I believe what they did is they just want to see if I can see the news on it. Could have sworn I saw that they pre-released or something. Yeah, financial result. You know what? I'm wrong. I'm so wrong. I'm sorry. I should have checked that date. That's back on the 9th. Yeah, the APVO guys is just showing up here now. And the reason is that it had to take out the high of the day. But this has been I mean, listen, this could keep running, but this has been a bit of a difficult trader, in my opinion. Pop in the pre-market, drop, pop back up, drop. Now, you know, it may continue now. Yeah, that's the one thing I'm just not very good at, figuring out the dips. I know this was a 3-bar pullback on the 5 minute. I guess great argument to be made to take it over 9. Yeah, no shorts available. No shorts available for me either. So Citron was bashing them way back. I don't know, pretty hard to bash them when, you know, they did get the financing or a grant, whatever the right term is, from the DOD. I mean, you can bash them all you want, but I mean, they did receive, what was it, $70 million or was it $90 million from the DOD? Well, hopefully you're also taking it. Well, I don't know if you have our subscription to Trade Ideas yet, Coog, but I mean, you know, practice paper trading. Practice, practice, practice. Well, keep an eye on this ATHX. What's the float? Actually, it's a big float. 178 million in the float. So interesting. May not have a lot of room. Well, okay, so Ali, you'll notice here, for instance, see RTRX at 1916, the price, RTRX, but there's the first time it got alerted, 1847. This will repeat every time RTX would make a new high. You would see it in this window. You're only going to see the very first time it was alerted in this window here. Call it the non-repeating version, okay? Yeah, that's something I'm just not good at, Billy. I mean, there may be a way. Um, Let me just see. I don't do that. So, but let me just see if there is. So we have double bottom here, double bottom, double top. You can try. Oop. Oh no, I should be good. You guys can hear me? gonna make sure. Okay, you guys can hear me. So do a refresh. Do a refresh in stock. So we do have, we do have double bottom. I have no idea how well they work. You can click on it and click on the help, and you'll see, what it's looking for in this hours of trading. Okay. And it's possible that there's some in the room that have used that, and maybe they're be willing to share the scan with you. But I just don't do that, so I don't have anything that I can give you. Otherwise, I would. Yeah, VXRT. Again, this is where VWAP test 438 tested the VWAP. Actually got below it, but it's right at the VWAP now. Well, even this, okay, an alert at 10:36 for the APVO, 11.28 now, almost $1. This is the one I'm kind of interested in. It's a little choppy on that weekly chart. There could be a lot of resistance, not that far away. All right, guys, keep an eye on this LLNW. All right, guys, I took some. I took some at 708. If it gets below 7, I'm out. There's like it's not a the volume is maybe starting to pick up. I'm just looking at that volume bar right there. It still has 12. I'm sorry, it has 2 minutes to close. So 708 LLNW. Okay, so I'm just watching it, see how well it holds this. Okay, the volume came in a little bit. It'd be nice. What time is it? Another minute for this to close, or it just closed. Let's see if the volume can continue for LLNW. Okay, so Dante, if you click on an alert window or a topless window and click on configure, and there you see where it says exchanges, then you just check pink sheets, OTC QB and OTC QX, okay? Okay. Once you've picked those exchanges, then you just create the scans. I mean, you could use any scan, but that it's just going to scan that market though. Here, somebody's talking about here. Whoops. Well, after that, a couple of days ago, VVNT finally had its first little downturn, and it is recovering beautifully now. Okay, just keeping an eye on the LLNW. Had the little pop, didn't hold yet anyway. However, the market is starting to drift down. Okay, we're now in negative territory. I mean, some of these small ones will trade on their own, but when I say trade on their own, meaning that they don't care what the rest of the market is doing, like APVO. Wow, this. You wonder why did it have to do this? I mean, that's a big drop. That's about a $3 drop. I wonder if they've actually announced the what the royalties could be. It's a quarterly royalty. I could not see any value. I could not see a dollar amount. Free. Oops. I don't think so. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting on this LLNW. See if it really pops up here. It is in the news release. I must not. I must not have seen it then. Yeah, EXO. I have this thumbnailed. EXO is thumbnailed over here. All right, guys. Again, I'm just waiting on the LLNW. See if it can just pop. If not, I'm out of it. It's just move on. Yeah, Ali, you can change if you go to tools. If you go to tools and then options and then time options, okay, and then you can change to whatever time zone you want. So, for instance, yeah, what I do, it makes it a lot easier for me. What I do is my computer, even though I'm on the West Coast, I put my computer on East Coast time, and I put trade ideas on East Coast time. So because it's a lot easier for me to say an alert at 10:52. Everybody, well, not everybody's going to know, but the default should always be when you're talking about a time should always be Eastern time. Okay. When loading from the cloud, double clicking on an item automatically loads it. Pays, guys, is actually starting to work a little bit here. There was a this is just one that I was took as a demonstration of how to use our our paper trader. So load from cloud. Oh, I see. Oh, you're right. I don't know if that's new. I have no idea. That is interesting. I don't know if that's new or not. Okay, to zoom in on a chart, guys, I'm just having to watch the LLNW. I don't want to see it get down too much further because I can always get out of this trade right now and then get back in. And if it takes out, gets back into the say the 715. So that's all I'm waiting on. Okay, so Snowman, left click on the chart that you want to zoom in on. So system knows that that's the chart you want to zoom in on. Left click on it. And then with the control key pressed down, keep the control key pressed down on your keyboard. And then with your center scroll wheel on your mouse, with the scroll wheel on your mouse, just scroll in and out. Okay? Hey, Asif, I'm fine. So there's about $1 pullback so far for the APVO. Okay, so XO is now, yeah, it looks like it does want to. I mean, it was a little bit choppy. It got down below on that candle. I mean, it got below 6. Now it's above 6 again. And the VXRT did not keep going. So I'm just really so. What I like to see is maybe this one will base now for a while, and this is where this comes into play. Say later on in the day, the stock bases for a while, and then all of a sudden has some volume and a price push and a push. Everything is intraday, Ali. All this is intraday. New high intraday. Yes. Well, I mean, again, the longer it bases here, the longer it bases here, again, imagine if we got a volume bar like that right here. Maybe we can will it to happen if you're in this with me. Well, absolutely, David. That's why, we try to find the alpha stocks. I don't like to trade the stocks that track the market so closely because the market, Market is up and down today anyway. We had the nice pop. Now it's starting to drift down. Okay, maybe this is it for LLNW. So that's why, that's what Traded is really, really good at, is finding the alpha stocks, the momentum stocks that somewhat don't care what the overall market's doing. Zach, you know how to read news. Just check the news. They had some pretty good news this morning. A good feel good story. FDA approval on their robotic device. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I thought you meant why is it up so much? Sorry. You mean here? Why do they trigger? Or how do I get the stocks into the watch list? What makes up the watch list to begin with? It's quite a bit of work. I wait for the market to close, and then I've got about. So what I do is in the current watch list. Now these are the ones that have triggered from the watch list. So what I do is I take the current watch list, including the ones that haven't triggered, load the symbols again, check to see the daily, weekly, and monthly charts to see, do I think they still have some room? You can see RTRX still has some room. It still has some room on that monthly chart. That it could keep going. I don't have no idea if it's going to, but it could keep going. So that's the first thing, checking the current watch list. Then I've got I'm expanding it too. I've got about 12 scans that I look at after hours to generate new ideas for the watch list for tomorrow. All right. So, and again, it's based on, I load the symbols one by one, check the daily, weekly, monthly, and then I make a determination. Okay, I think it could be added because I think it still has room. So it's not a scan that produces automatically, like in within the scan. Not every symbol will make the watch list. I have to go through them one by one. Yeah, I'm always looking for room. That's why I'm always saying that the things on my scan. If you're looking for swing trades, certainly there are some options there because a lot of them will have some room left to keep moving. News is confusing. There's no such thing as a book. The only thing, if you understand how to read financials, but just because, a company comes out and with their financials, their earnings release every quarter, and it all looks good, and the stock tanks anyway. Is there's nothing 100% scientific. Look at Pays guys now. And then you look at the news that came out with AppFo. It looked good, no question. A deal with Pfizer, and then Torp said that it was $1 billion deal. There's no book that's going to tell you, well, how do you interpret that? How the market interprets it is one thing, and how you might interpret it because you're looking at the. How many times in this room we've seen? Well, I looked at the news and it looks awesome. How come the stock's not going up? Well, market doesn't market doesn't agree with you. You know, the market is the ultimate decider of what's going to happen with the stock price. Okay, one moment, please. Man, we've got a couple of really huge runners now. That EXO and also Pays. Look at Pays on the way here. Okay, guys, maybe, just maybe, we've got another runner here. Let's see. Small cap stocks. Well, you can. Yeah, we've got a filter. So, Ali. So we have a. If you click on fundamentals, are you a subscriber, Ali? Are you a subscriber? Okay. So if you do a search and then click on fundamentals. Okay. So here's your market cap. Oh, great. Okay. So there's market cap right there. So you can put whatever you want in there. You know, you put a max of whatever for small caps. Your determination, of course, what that will be. Or you can just type in the general. If you're wondering if we have certain filters or alerts, or people ask all the time, can you do this? Can you do that? Best thing to do is go to an alert window, right click, configure, and search. So for instance, if you asked, well, do you have Bollinger Band? So you can start typing it in. So this is what we have. You don't see it here, we don't have it. RSI. This is what we have. Ichimoku or Ichimoku, we don't have, right? We don't have it. So you just type it in. You ask for market cap or small cap. So there it is, market cap. So best thing to do is just to type all these things in. Type it in, see if we have it. Even this looking very late, $7. And the reason why it had to take out the high of the day, and that was $7 before it would trigger in here. Well, I'm just waiting to see if this LLNW can just pop a bit here. See, the issue here is it has a big float, so that's why it's not going to be as crazy as some of the other ones that are. I mean, look at Pays. Look at the float on Pays. I think it's a very low float. 29 million. So I mean that's why these things can move like this. All right, guys, I have to change my headset. Just a second. All right, I'm done. Well, it's good to see. I like this is a really. If you read the press release with EKSO, I mean, you want sometimes you cheer for certain companies. You got to cheer for this. Okay, so John, you just right click and time frame and just pick the time frame. If you want to, this is what I do. I create the window or the chart the way I want it. In other words, with the volume, maybe if I have any indicators, and if I always want to say a week chart or a 5 minute chart or 15, every time I create a new chart, if I want that to be the one to always open. Once you create your chart with the indicators you want and the time frame you want, then just right click and save as default. All right, then every time you open a new chart, that'll be the chart that opens with everything on it that you want. Okay? Everything is easy once somebody tells you. Some of the stuff is not intuitive. What a morning, 11:30. We've had a bit of a choppy day with the SPY, but we've had some nice trends in stocks. But look how choppy the SPY is right now. Basically flat. Flat. All the indices are basically flat. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys. Well, you'd have to, Drora, you'd have to phone your broker. I have no idea. I mean, every broker is going to be different. You'd have to. Okay. I mean, I can't answer that question. I mean, there's a reason why your broker is telling you that. You'd have to contact them. Guys, this is a rebound play. This KLR, yeah, a rebound play. This is a beautiful. I mean, look what it's doing. KLR might be a little late now, but yeah. The only thing about using if you care about being able to click on an alert, I'm assuming it doesn't work, right? Real when you click on an alert, it doesn't load into the IB platform on the light side. I'm talking about auto trading or any of that stuff. I'm just talking about you cannot establish the external link, can you? Well, KLR was something that I had mentioned in the pre-market. It was if you check the pre-market, and so I had it thumbnailed, and so I just happened to notice that it was starting to move. I'm just I want to make sure. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't work with Brokers Plus. IB Lite does not work with Brokers Plus. I'm more interested though to know if you can link with it though. Just get the external just the standard external linking going. Otherwise, you're gonna have to type the symbols in. And if you're an active trader, yeah. So just before you switch over because you want free commissions, if it's important to you that when you click on an alert that it loads into your brokerage platform, then just be aware that you won't be able to do that with I. Oh, you can link. You can link with Light. You can. Well, we've got. So Real said no. No, you cannot. Okay. Maybe he doesn't know. Okay, you can. So we. Okay, one moment, please. All right, sorry about that, guys. Long call. Okay, where am I? So the LLNW guys, I'm getting set to get rid of it. Now I'm going to be taking my break pretty soon, so I'm getting set to get rid of it actually. Don't like the way it's trading. I can always get back in if it takes out, excuse me, if it takes out this area up here, which I'll put an alert. So just to let you know. What symbol on Trading Ideas platform? I don't. You're asking that to somebody else? Kiskudas? What a great what a nice alert for pays, guys. You're asking somebody else, okay. All right, what is Dr. RX doing right now? 271. Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that question, Drora. I know that we are changing. It's supposed to be at the end of the month, which is getting close, to another company that is going to be providing our data. And but I can't answer that question why we don't have a short float percent. But also, when you say you can't borrow as they are not available, that depends on your broker. I mean, I oh geez, just a second. Something happened in the background. Just a second. Okay, guys, I'm gonna have to the discount code. Let me give you the discount code. Okay, right here. I've got some. I have to talk to a couple of guys in the background here. So okay, so I'm gonna have to put myself on mute. I'm gonna take my break anyway, very soon. So I'm gonna put myself on break right now, guys.
Hello everyone, testing 1 2 3, testing 1 2 3. Hopefully you have eyes on my desktop now, and now is the time for the live support session since we're just about at 12 p.m. Eastern. If someone could give me a shout out in the chat panel, let me know you can see my desktop and hear me okay. Thank you, Otto. All right, looks like we're good to go. Just pop my chat out real quick here so I can keep an eye on it. All right, ladies and gents. Barry's going to be taking a little hour break here, and we're going to have the support session. So once again, just a friendly reminder that this is for anything TI related. If you have any questions about configurations, just anything TI related, don't be shy. Go ahead and get your question out there. I'd be happy to do my best to answer it. Hey, what's up there, Mike? Always good to see you in the crowd, as always. Looks like the market's just kind of getting lethargic on us as we take a look at the SPY chart here. Little gap down, little gap fill, and now just kind of hemming and hawing around that. Funny thing is, right around the 10-period fast line, if you see the green line there, I tell you what, let's go ahead and anchor a VWAP from the open. And look, just like magic. Right between the 10 and the VWAP, and trying to get a little bit of moxie going there. All right, Rick, I see you want me to pull up APVO. I can do that. Not a bad little grinder today. Of course, check out the name. Therapeutics. I mean, seems like everything that comes up that's a good winner as of late is some type of biotech stock. No big surprise there, considering certain macro events that are still unfolding and all that good stuff. Let's check out the daily on that one. Oh yeah. Let's see, what's the other one that we had the good fortune to actually be in? And when I say we, me and some of the guys here at TI that make calls and a little fun. We're just recently in this little guy right here. Of course, I can't take credit for that entry. It was somebody else, but it was a great move nonetheless. But once again, therapeutics, biotech, definitely the hot sector right now. Let's go back. Let's see. Let's just do a little metric analysis here. SRNE got a pretty big float, 176 million. APVO, now this is definitely fits the definition of a low float stock with only 2.41 million shares in the float. Typically, like to call anything with less than 20 million shares in the float a low floater, but this is an extreme low floater. When you get volume coming into these types of floats, boom, you can get some really good moves in a short amount of time. Not too bad there. I tell you what, VXRT, surprise, surprise, from Holly this morning. Vaccines, another biotech stock. Good old Baxter. Related, but not exactly the same. But while we're looking at the AI not turning in too bad of a performance today. If we kind of glance over here at the channel bar, we can see what the values are based on 100 shares per trade on a total of 11 signals thus far. And of course, we can see all of them right here. Been getting in the habit of launching the AI strategies in auto mode in Brokerage Plus, which is what you can see right here. Let's do a little slippage check here. So here we can see all the AI initiated positions. And let's look at slippage. So in paper mode, I got an entry price of 376 on VXRT, and Holly got 375. So we had a penny of slippage in there. Baxter 8278 versus, wow, sometimes that happens. Sometimes you get a little bit of positive slippage. 8278 on my entry on Baxter and 8280 on Holly. So we actually got 2 cents of positive slippage on the Baxter fill in paper mode. This does happen in real time in a live environment sometimes, but it is the exception and not the norm. Most of the time you're going to be taking negative slippage, but if it's a fast market and that stock jerks down just in the right time, it is possible to get a better price than the AI in auto mode. Let's see, QURE, what do we have on that one? 5136 for simulation and 5146. So keep in mind that QURE was a short. So Holly got a much better price, 5146. I took a dime of slippage on that one. A lot more realistic. Higher price would have been good on a short. I got a dime worse. More in line with reality. NXST 8421 and 8430 for me, so 9 cents of slippage on NXST. So a little bit more in line there. Average slippage typically on the fairly liquid stocks could be anywhere between 3 and 10 cents based on what I've seen time and time again. So those look a lot more accurate. However, you know, even with slippage, we're having a relatively positive day with the AI. Now, if anybody's wondering how I have any of this configured, if we pop over here to the Holly tab, obviously I've got all of my strategies activated. We can always pop in here and check out my trading instructions where we select risk mode, moderate, conservative, or best of. How much do we want to risk and what type of position sizing and risk do we want to use on these numbers here? Simply risking $100 per trade and letting the system size me up as far as shares goes accordingly. Not using market orders, but using a limit with a negative delta of 0.08, which simply means system's going to take the alert price, add 8 cents to it, put a bid out there, see what happens. Most of the time it gets filled. Sometimes if it's a fast market, you don't get filled, but that is one of the caveats of running a limit order even with an aggressive delta. Sometimes you don't get the fill. Most of the time you do. All right, Rick, I see you popping another symbol in there. Let's take a peek at INO. Yep. Inovio Pharmaceuticals, you know, kind of a sizable float there. A little bit bigger of a company, almost a $4 billion market cap on this one here. Enjoying a nice previous 3 days. Once we broke out of this little level right here, off to the races. Let's take a peek a little further back though. Yeah, and not bad. A breakout on the weekly as well. Some decent action on that one. Also, too, what I'd like to point out about if you are launching the Holly strategies in paper mode or live for that matter of fact, I've been playing around a lot with re-entries as of late, and my personal observation is re-entries haven't been doing that well here lately. Ever since I've removed re-entries, performance is kicked up a little bit here. Of course, you know, we do have to have some winning trades over here as well. It seems like here lately, Holly will have a winning day, losing day, winning day, losing day. But today, not too shabby, holding her own. All right, still got a nice little crowd in here, ladies and gents. So be happy to keep looking at different charts, or if you have a question you've been sitting on, by all means, throw it out there. In the meantime, let's take a peek, see what the small exchange products are doing. Here I have a top list for the new small exchange products that we started tracking not too long ago. And just so you know how to access those, if we right click and go to configure, pop into the exchanges tab, you'll see a new exchange has appeared, the small exchange. These are all futures products. Slowly but surely, SM75, one of the most highly traded product thus far. I'd have to say this is probably one of the bigger volume days I've seen. Of course, these are contracts, not necessarily shares, but that's the way we're reporting it right here. 809 contracts traded thus far on the SM75, which is their blend of 75 stocks taken from 5 of the most active sectors, and then taking stocks that are the most active within each respective sector and creating a basket of 75. And they will rebalance this once per year. But what I've noticed is that it's going to mimic, not exactly, but be pretty close to the S&P overall markets. There we have the action for the S&P today. A little down surge and an upsurge. When I click here, you'll see pretty similar action. Cool thing about these products is they're not subject to the pattern day trading rule. So that's definitely an advantage for people who don't quite have in excess of 25,000 into their account. Makes trading market directional trades, well, kind of frees you from the bondage of being limited to only making 3 of those trades per week. So I would expect volume to keep increasing in these products over time. As you can see, they've got quite a few products. These guys are trading, just not trading quite as much. And you can see the description of these products over here. Small dollar futures, precious metals, and another small stock 75 for a later strike date. Of course, this is the week, obviously. If we click back over here to days, we'll see a little bit more detailed activity. But overall, the market's just kind of taking a snooze right now. If we check out the the volume on the smaller time frames here, well below normal on the 10, the 5, and even the 1. 100 would be normal volume for these time frames. As we just kind of settle in, we had the kiss and the wick down here to the 200-day moving average, which kind of propelled it back up. And now we're just kind of treading water, pretty much. Fair amount of stop outs today for a total. We got one more popping in as of late. So now we have a total of 12 signals from the 3 AI modules. 3 stop outs. Kind of scanning the area down here of these stop hits. What I like to do is see the stop out value, and then once the stop out value, or once the aggressive profit starts to get less than the stop out value, these are the ones I like to look at to see, okay, are they pivoting around that stop area, and would it be worth making another entry since the AI missed the timing, so to speak, on the stop out. We always need to keep in mind that the statistical probability for the AI plays is good for the day. Sometimes the timing is just a little bit off, and sometimes we can find one of these that had been stopped out and make a decent entry. I'm looking at KBH right now. Doesn't really float my boat, so to speak, in this tight little range here. Not really doing much of anything. Whereas, man, ARWR, putting on the brakes there, we can see here that the stop out initiated, and that was a good thing, because if we tried to go against that one, we'd be getting beat up pretty good to the tune of about 7.6 of what we were risking. shoe along, but well below its stop area. Now, if it had been hugging this stop area and putting in a couple of wicks and starting to bounce back up, I might have been interested in what we call a trade around. Okay, got stopped out. Looks like it's tightening up now around that stop area. There are just none of those candidates today. And of course, in any market, we do have the stocks that continue to not really care about market conditions. Fastly, everybody was thinking maybe that this candle here yesterday was the beginning of the downturn, but nope. Fastly just keeps on going up, popping that new ATH today, levitating well above the fast line here on the intraday. Well above that 10 period as well. If we turn this into a 5 period, we'd probably see it hugging it like a glove. It's one of Steve's tricks. Let's just do that. Let's pop in here. We'll modify the 10 to a 5 just to take a peek here. And there you have it. Boom, boom, boom. Sticky, sticky. Now, if we would have closed below that line yesterday, then that might have been an indicator it was running out of gas. But that did not happen. All right, just checking the pulse on the questions panel. Had to make sure it was still alive. I didn't see any heartbeat over there. But it looks like we're still good to go. Still got a decent little crowd in here. So if you do have a question about anything particular, don't be shy. As far as things hitting all-time lows, we don't have a whole lot of that going on here. A couple of things that are kind of past their prime. Noting the yellow color here, the lower cap stocks. Typically, I like to pay attention to the ones that are coming through in green, which we don't have any of those today, which would be the bigger cap stocks getting weak. And I was working on a little list the other day, and I don't think it's going to be very active, but let's take a peek here. Recent IPOs. What I found out is, a lot of these IPOs only have 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, maybe 10 days of activity. And they're pretty simple breakouts and breakdowns. Here we have UCL. What do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 12 days old. What do we open at? Opened up way up here at 2250. Kind of spiked up, and it's been down ever since. Building this little base down here, though. So might be one to keep an eye on moving forward. If it holds this line, might be worth taking a stab at eventually, because once these levels here are broken, things might get a little interesting here. PLRX. Nice little break. How many days were we out on that one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 10th day was the charm there. Nice little breakout. Our PRX is going to be different. Yeah, this was I don't know if that was a reverse split or what went on there. But anyway, it looks to be wedging up there accordingly. Just looks a little strange as it floats out there in space. This one took off quite a while ago. This little guy kind of pecking around up at highs. Don't see anything too cherry just yet. PCVX, kind of the opposite of UCL. Kind of building its little shelf up here. But as time progresses, we got the wicks down here. This thing might want to take another run at these upper levels here. And these are just stocks that you might want to keep on your long-term radar. Just less data, simpler charts, so forth and so on. All right, let's see a scan for consolidation after moves up on a 5-minute chart used for intraday trading. There's a lot of different ways to skin that cat, Trey. There's no magic bullet, okay? But we can take a look at a couple of options here. Consolidation after moves up on a 5-minute chart using for use in intraday trading. Okay, well, for example, these windows down here, all right, my turbo up and turbo down, they're very simple windows. Now the alert that's being used is a new high, and of course the exact opposite over here for new low. I like to watch these for range breaks, all right, or what you could term consolidations. Sometimes there's a move up preceding the little consolidation, sometimes there's not, but I'm rather a simpleton here. So let me just scroll through here till we find something that might fit the bill here. Now, since you did request 5 minutes, we'll go ahead and change the time frame because it's going to do what it's going to do. Doesn't matter if it's 5, 10, or 15. So, and if you have a stock that meets the criteria today, Trey, that I can use as an example, by all means, pop it out there. In the meantime, I'll just try to find something that fits the bill. Don't have a whole lot of consolidators off the open today. And of course, the range in which the stock is consolidating, always kind of important as well. Now, here, if we look at Eric on the time frame of 5 minutes right here, I mean, this is kind of a nice little consolidation area right here. And then we've got a break above, okay? So Trey, why don't you let me know, I mean, is this something similar to what you're describing? A little consolidation. Of course, this one took a downturn, a little grind up, then consolidated. We can always build in the criteria that says, hey, has to be an up move of X amount in dollars or percentage in a certain time frame to preclude the consolidation. But when we're talking about consolidation on the 5 minute, is this what you're kind of getting at right here? Okay, right. So just a nice little consolidation. Now, therein lies the reason why I use new high, because it can't get out of this area. You know, technically it was this candle right here where, you know, the break occurred, and it can't do that unless it's hitting a new high, right? So that's why I like to use new high. Of course, in these windows, I'm tacking on a little bit of extra sauce as well in the form of accelerated 1 minute volume. So as these highs are being broken, you have to be doing at least 3 times normal 1 minute volume or higher, adding a little bit of jet fuel to the equation via shorter term volume. Now that's one way to do it. Of course, we also have consolidation alert. But what I'll say about this is sometimes you're not catching them at the right time. You know, a lot of the times the break has already occurred. So when you're using a window of this nature, depending on the day, you might have to cycle through 10, 20, 30 stocks before you find one where the timing is perfect, right? Where you're just getting it on the break versus if you weren't paying attention and you saw the alert 20 minutes later, you missed the cherry spot. So it's all about timing, and it's all about sorting through dozens of stocks that meet the criteria, but where the chart and the timing are all coinciding as well. Yeah, we can do that. Let's do this. I'm going to get this guy right here, and we could apply the same filter set, but just use the consolidation alert. And just like using new highs to try to find the nice tight consolidation breaks, we could use the consolidation alert. And then we also have 5 minute consolidation breakout as well. And it's been quite a long time since I tried the 5 minute consolidation, but let's just see what it might produce there. Forgot to check that guy. Let's see. Let's see what Fitch. Okay, so technically a little breakout out of this consolidation, but not necessarily a new high, right? We did have a run up and a consolidation, and then a break and a move higher. So assuming that it's not a criteria that it has to be at new high, then, this alert might find some good things for you, because we had the run up, we had the run down, a consolidation, and then boom, as soon as it broke out of this little micro consolidation area right here, then we got to move higher. I tell you what, let me get my EpiPen here, because I know sometimes it's hard for people to see here. And where did she go? There we go. So just referencing this little area right here where the consolidation broke out there. So these are going to be pretty much random. They might be at all-time highs. They might be exhibiting a little intraday consolidation like this after a move up, followed by this up move. All right, we just got a new one here. Pop back to my pointer there. Okay, not near as well. Actually, the consolidation isn't bad. We have had a down move followed by an up move, breaking out of this little consolidation right here. Okay, yeah, okay, so this one's producing some things that are of interest to you. Okay, great. So just keep in mind, I've got this one on the filter set. It's the same filter set I had from Turbo Brakes. What I will point out about this one, and I'll drop this into the chat area with the proper alert attached. Just keep in mind, you might want to come and change some of these filters. I like foregoing some of the traditional volume metrics like average daily volume for market cap here. And I've got 4 billion inserted. You can't see all the zeros, but there's 9. Because that typically ensures they're going to be liquid stocks. The spreads aren't going to be too bad. Now, you may or may not want to leave this 1-minute volume enhancement on there too. But, it depends on how many alerts you're getting. If we take a peek at the history here for today, we can see a nice handful of alerts, but we're not being flooded, okay? So let's see, and of course, some of these might be repeats. Fitch is a repeat, but not too shabby. iTub, all right, nice little consolidation. Looks like this thing needs a haircut. Wicks to the upside and the downside, but not an up move after this one. Once it broke that range right there, we took a nice little downturn. CXO, so it is identifying some nice little consolidation areas there. So I tell you what, let me rename this one. Can't type today. With a little added volume kicker there, and we'll just drop this one into the chat. But now we're going to change this up a little bit. Let me just backtrack here. Yeah, Debbie, you shouldn't have any problems listening on your iPad while you have TI active on your laptop. Playback on other applications has been disabled by the video owner. Huh. I got to say I'm flummoxed on that. I've never really come across that. The video owner being the broadcaster of the channel, which would be us, and I don't think we have any limitations. I'll have to ask the tech guys on that. Okay, all right. Okay, so now let's change this one up a little bit, and let's try to build that up move in there. But since we have so few alerts so far, we are going to have to loosen this up. I'm going to get rid of the 1-minute volume requirement. And I tell you what, let's keep the market cap for now. We'll also get rid of relative volume. And what we're going to do here is add the up move, which we could phrase in many different ways. We could say up from the close. Okay, it has to be so much up from the close, attention tray, or it has to be up so much in a 5-minute, 10-minute, 15-minute period. So do you have any preferences there as far as how much it has to be up, and does that need to be from the open, from the close, or just in a certain amount of minutes preceding the consolidation there. You know, if it has to be an up move in an intraday time period, we could easily pop over here to our change filters. And we've got, you know, everything from change in the 1 minute to change in the past 2 hours, and just about everything in between, 60, 30, 15, 10, and of course 5 as well. 5% from close. Okay, so we'll go find change from close. Change from the close. I believe that's what you said. All right, we'll add that, and we'll put a minimum 5% in here. All right, let's take a look at the history for today. All right, so usual suspects. There's the Fitch again, and KC. UTHR was the last one. Not a bad chart, but it would have been sweet to have gotten it about right here. Of course, that wasn't a long enough consolidation period, but a nice little range break there. Not too shabby whatsoever. I really like the look of that one as it migrates to the top of this area here that we can see. But not a bad move. Only problem is we're getting very few results here. So if we wanted to try to loosen this up further, we're going to have to get a little more loose on the volume and probably go with something along the lines of about 250,000. And this might not even yield any additional results, but let's see. All right, so now let's take a peek at that history. Okay, a lot more. And of course, we have to give these times a little bit of time. We have to give these things a little time to consolidate. So we can pull this one up, but it's looking at the prior day's action here. So, you know, probably at least 1 hour into the session. Here we have PIDCO. Notice the arrow right here. We had the up move, consolidation, little hemming and hawing. You know, it's still consolidated a notch lower, but we are higher now from the initial signal, right? This would have even been a good time if we bought this area right here, had to sit a little bit of a wiggle. As it comes back up here and breaches this area again, might have been a decent time to add to the position and enjoy the little up move. And of course, now we're getting the down move again. There's Fitch again, VVNT. Once again, not a bad looking chart, but you know, you have to give things time to consolidate. Where will this guy finish before the day is out? Well, we could kind of motor all the way up to the high of that day before yesterday. This would all depend on the volume levels. Let's just take a peek at some of these in our single stock window. Where'd you go there, single stock? There we go. And if I was trying to surmise whether it might take another little pop here, obviously if we did break these levels, well then, you know, we might have 18 and change on the table. We are seeing decent volume in this one. Relative volume 4.63. Not too shabby. Let's just look at some of these others here. Up move, consolidation. So it is finding the up move with the consolidation. But of course, just like any window, some of them might look good to you, and then some of them, the moment might have already passed. And that's the nature of any alert window. Yeah, we can look at KC. There we go. All right, there's KC right there. Had this initial break. Then we had another run up here. And now we're consolidating at the top of the range here. Of course, where might KC go? There we go. Tell you what, let's just, that is full history there. Let's just confirm with weekly. Yep. Some type of new offering, either a restructuring or an IPO. I don't know off the top of my head. But looking at the weekly chart, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This is the 8th week of its existence, it appears. And it is popping, well, prior it was popping all-time highs. We can get a little bit more of an idea now. You know, these are the all-time highs. So it looks like it's probably going to crunch sideways for a little bit. And of course, check out the green line here, the 10 period for the daily, supporting it nicely here. Sure, Trey. 2% instead of 5%. Now we're going to get a lot more hits. So we might want to bump this up a little bit now. Okay. So now if we scroll back to about a couple of hours into the open, we're now using a minimum of 500,000 over the past 5 days, and it only has to be up 2% from the close. So you can see here, many more hits. If we would have left volume on 250,000, we'd have even more. But there's an interesting one right there as GTH broke out of that little shelf. We got a nice up move. And, you know, I don't know how you're assessing your risk on these. I mean, my eyes go just right to the, you know, the low of the prior right there where the bottom was put in. We're in this nice tight channel here. We get the signal right here. It takes about 10 more minutes before it gets enough oomph behind it to break out, but it does nonetheless. So, you know, if we were making an entry somewhere around 13 and change, 13.28 or so, and we got the low of this candle of 13.11, that's only a 17-cent risk that you're incurring if you're using the bottom of this little area right here. Right here. Low of that candle. Some low risk entries. If we're risking 17 cents, what do we have potential for? Up to 72 cents. So that's a nice risk to reward ratio. And, you know, that's the allure of these nice tight consolidations, is we can take minimal risk and hopefully make 2-3x of what we were risking on the trade itself. I like to refer to consolidations as the if we have to attach, you know, if we use the hunting analogy in trading, the chart pattern would be the animal that we're hunting, right? And the breakout patterns are some of the most plentiful animals in the forest, so to speak. They're all over the place. The problem is finding them when the timing is there, right? And the risk is low. They're like rabbits. They're all over the place. It's just there's a lot of different ways to put a spin on the range breaks. But yeah, perfect one there. Let's check a few more of these out. Now this one, same song and dance. It's just that this one would have ended up, if we went long, we'd be down a little bit. If we went short, we'd be up a little bit. But the bottom line is it's still trying to find its feet. And when we look way back here, I mean, anything that you see here between present price and this lower extreme is pretty much fair game in my opinion. Now, we've got the 10 period on the 5 minute, which still can act as a good momentum indicator. Of course, I like to watch 15s. And you can see it's still claiming it. It's still keeping it tapped down on the 15-minute level too. Until we get a close above that line right there, I would say that this thing has a lot greater chance of getting down to its lows as opposed to going up to highs. Not a bad one here. Not a bad one at all on this LNTX. Even if we use the high wick as a mark, you got a really low risk entry here and one that paid some sweet little dividends. Entry here, Risk level down to here, never came close to it, and reward level. So how many times could we fit the risk level in there? Probably 2, depending on where we got filled in the candle body, or did we chase? Yeah, but you could probably, if we eke this down and say split the difference, about half the wick, could probably fit that a couple times in there, maybe even have a little remainder. Sure, Ali. Go ahead, ask your question regarding backtesting. No problem. In the meantime, we'll take a look at VAL. So before I forget here, let me go ahead and drop this version of the 5-minute consolidation in there as well. V2, we'll just call it looser. And I'll drop this cloud link in there as well. No problem, Trey. So that one, it was pretty simple. Sometimes things are simple, sometimes they're not. But like I said, I haven't used any of the smaller time frame consolidation alerts in a very long time. But man, those are some nice little low risk patterns that, heck, after reviewing, I might have to revisit some of these. I'm a big believer in simple is better, and you just really can't get any more simple than these little consolidation range breaks. I'm not saying they work all the time, but simple is better. Can you do a backtest on Barry's watch list? Well, sure, you can do a backtest on anything, okay? Now, are you referring to Barry's watch list in the Barry channel, or the one that he actively changes up the list on? And we used to have a Barry channel, but we've been doing a lot of restructuring on the channel. Unless I'm just blind. There we go, Barry's watch list. Changed up the icon on me. We used to see Barry's face on there. Okay. Any particular one of these 3? Let's go ahead and take a peek. It's been a while since I came into his newly redesigned channel. Okay, SPAC crazy. Up the up, okay. You're talking about the middle one here, right? Okay. So the thing here is SPAC crazy. Now, do I have access to that one? I'm just trying to figure out how to see what's in the list there. Barry's spider sector list. Okay, well, let's do a little cheat real quick here. Unless you have the list already and you can drop it in there, then I'm going to have to figure out what's on the list because I don't have access to that list. Take a peek. It's already predefined. All right. So now the question is, how many stocks are in here? Because I'm about to copy and paste a lot. And then we'll see what the system does with the duplicates. And if it's a relatively sane number, then I know I've gotten them all. And I think that should be enough for a test sample here. So now Yeah, as soon as I get these into a list, sure. Huh. Okay, cool. So I copied all those symbols, but the handy thing about the list functionality is it does get rid of duplicates. So I dropped hundreds of symbols in there, but we're left with 18. So that must be the list. Okay. So Ali, you want to backtest Barry's symbol list. Now I just realized I got so fixated on figuring out what's in the list. I think your question is you just want to backtest this alert window. Am I right? I'm chuckling at myself because I went down a different pathway there. Okay, so no problem, man. Hey, talk about complicating a simple issue. That's what I just did. All right, cool. So let's just run a generic backtest. And Fred, I see you're saying keep an eye on APDN. Let's just take a little peek at it real quick here before we do a backtest. APDN, what's it doing? All right, we got a little consolidation going on in the daily down here. Of course, these are flip-flopped. I usually have my intraday on the other one. But on the 15-minute, it seems like it's, it's kind of just hanging out up here. If we take a look at the relative volume, this is the only thing that kind of, where I go, not so good. APDN doing relative volume of 0.35. So it might go. If volume was a little higher, I would give it a little bit more higher chance, but hey, that's not to say it can't do it on low volume. All right, so getting back to the back test here, what we're going to do is just kind of run some generic waiting 15, 30 minutes after the open. We'll leave it wide open. We'll go to the timed exits, and Ali, are you looking to hold these for intraday time frames or potential swing trades? Also, too, what type of, you can give me the inputs here, or I can just run some generic stuff here. So while I'm waiting for your answers, feel free to pop them in there, but we can just say, okay, what if we're doing intraday, 45-minute hold time? We won't even install a profit target or a stop loss yet, and we'll do a 40-day back test just to see what's out there. Okay, so I just did a generic 45-minute hold time with no risk parameters in play. Looks like we're winning slightly more than a coin flip right here. Got a 7-cent spread between average winner and loser. Now, if you're shooting for a 5% profit target, all right, we could go ahead and go, well, let's enable a profit target of 5%. I would say that we're probably not going to see a whole lot of these get hit, but you never know. Okay, so the numbers changed a little bit. Average winner and loser decreased a little bit. Only have a 5-cent spread between average winner and loser. Winning percentage went up a little bit. If we look at the daily here, there might be something to work with here as far as optimization goes. But what I will point out is the trade count right up here. We only got 128 trades thus far in a 40-day back test. So if we attempt to optimize this, that's going to whittle that number down pretty good. We might be able to get one in there to try to eliminate some of these red days over here while keeping the green days. And can we see the trades specifically? Oh, absolutely. That's one of the cool things about the backtester. So keep in mind, I just ran a 45-minute hold time on these with a 5% profit target. And if we wanted to see the trades from yesterday, we could just double click here, and then voila, we'll see the 5 trades that were produced. And based on what we have over here in our input panels, investing $1,000 per trade, not having any commission, but building in 10 cents of slippage on the entry and the exit, that's what these numbers are going to be reflective of. Okay, so VXRT, $1,000 in would have yielded you $50, whereas on FPRX would have lost $66.38. So we can always go back and see those trades. We can always go to the larger calendar if we want to zoom in a little bit further. Looks like it really, had a nice winning percentage on Monday. And all we do is double click to see those trades. Now if we wanted to take a gander at these guys on what they looked like, we'll just crunch this chart up a little bit. No need to have pre-market up there. Squish things up a little bit. So, it hit 1, 2, 3, 5, went 6 for 6 on that day. And we can see right here the day where the trades were executed. Nice on the FPRX. Then we have the NK trade looking very similar on Monday. So those are the two big winners. Then you had some smaller winners following it back up here. EXPI, RAD, ATRA. That one probably looking the worst of all of them. As the day progresses, the moves become, less and less. So Ollie, that's the way you go back and you find the trades from the back test, is just using the big calendar, or you can double click right out of the small calendar too. But as far as the back tester goes, if we wanted to rerun the scan and go, okay, could we come in here and size things up and run the back test for a longer time period, maybe for a swing trade or 2 hours or up until the close. All of those sliders are located in this tab. 5% profit target, no stop loss. Of course, things might change a lot when you implement a stop loss, right? If we're using a 5% profit target and we want a good 2 to 3xer, well, then we'd more than likely have to risk at least 1.5, maybe even 2%. But if we do that, how much does that impact trade results? And you can see right now, winning percentage decreased significantly, but no big surprise, spread between average winner and loser increased. We're winning less, but when we do hit, we're making a larger spread between average winner and loser. Things look a little different up top here, but we still have a fair amount of losing days on the bottom. And as I said earlier, with the small trade count, we might be able to get one optimization in. Maybe time of day could tell us something interesting. Right off the bat here, I shrunk this down into 5-minute intervals. On 30-minute intervals, at first glance, it looked like this might be a very profitable area. But when we drill down a little bit further, looking at the higher magnification, if this was a microscope, now we can see it's pretty spotty. It's pretty hit and miss. So not really a whole lot of optimization to be done there on the time of day. We might be able to find one over here, going to one of our favorite filters. But it looks like we just did the optimization, or it's only showing me the filters that are in the scan. So I'd have to go back and show all of them if I want to see every filter. And it's not really telling me a whole lot here. As far as position in previous day's range, count. Nothing is jumping off the books there. So yeah, we need a little bit more of a data set or more trades if we really want to do any optimization there. But keep in mind, the reason that we're getting such limited results is because we have very few symbols in that list. What was it, slightly over a dozen? And then once again, I'm not sure how often Barry is updating the list. You might want to ask him. when you're in the room there, just to be on the safe side. All right, ladies and gents, about 7 minutes till the top of the hour. If you've been sitting on a question, now would be a good time. I'm just going to pop back over to my default layout here, see what's happening. And pretty much the same, just kind of ebbing and flowing. Did pop some anemic new highs, but just kind of ran into a brick wall about right there as well. Let's see how that last trade that came in late is doing. Down slightly on the VIAC trade. One of the latecomers. And interesting, we've had a little upturn in our AI trades as Baxter decided it wanted to get up and boogie, which not a bad entry in the BAX today. Right after this little hammer 15-minute candle here. Let's take a peek at a smaller time frame. And coinciding with that nice little range break that occurred. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 30-minute range break. Actually, this was right before it, right? So when we see the AI come in with a signal like this, and we've seen this previous activity right here, what I'm thinking to myself is we're in a nice tight range. I've got statistical probability on my side from the AI with the potential of a nice clean range break. And I really like this little 15-minute wiki hammer candle that was put in before. That's a good sign. Here's a good sign right here. Then we've got the AI giving us the statistical probability. And then we've got the range break. All right. That's 3 very positive factors in that BAX trade. So entry on the AI, little auxiliary pattern coming out, had the wick on the prior 15-minute candle, and this little area right here would have been a great time to add shares to that trade if we took the AI signal right off the bat. And as always, Mr. Mike, good luck to you as well. Happy trading and good luck to all. But not a bad play in this Baxter, and even better after we make that little push. We zip down here, come down here and kiss the 10 period, props it back up, and yet another opportunity right up here to add to that position before we just take that leg up and drift higher. Let's take a look over here at the daily. All right, and you know, you don't have to be an expert technician to just quickly put your line up here and go, okay, this might act as a supply level. We got a little bit more room to go. 84, if it goes all the way up to the bodies of the candles here, what is it, 84.45, and we're already at 84.20. So if I had to guess, old Baxter might have just expended most of its energy today. It might have that little additional 20-cent push in it, but even if it doesn't, it's been a wonderful trade and a wonderful trading stock. I mean, acting like a good stock should. No problem, Trey. I hope you got something out of it. Always glad to help. And we got about 2 minutes till the top of the hour here, so I better touch base with Mr. Barry real quick. Hey, look, bonds are up again today. What are we looking like long term? Few movers popping up. That's a nice little mover in ions today. And still waiting to hear back from Mr. Barry. So while we're waiting, if anybody has a question, go ahead and pop it out there. Might as well make hay while the sun shines. Yeah, that was a strong close in Yandex yesterday. Wick and a candle. All right, ladies and gents, pardon me 1 second. All right, guys. I've got to bail for an appointment, but I want to thank everybody for popping in. And it seems that let me check on Barry one more time. He might be MIA today. I know he's got some home construction going on that might be tying him up here. So I'm going to go ahead and kill the stream for now, and you might want to check back later to see if Barry is back. But thanks everybody for popping in. We'll see you on the flip side. Bye-bye.
All right, guys, I'm back. Now, I'm assuming that you guys on YouTube can see my screen, and I have it said right there, back around 1:30 doing the video. All right, so I apologize if you're not seeing my screen, you can't see that alert or that message. But you guys can hear me in YouTube, right? I want to just make sure of that. Okay. Okay. All right. See what's happening here. So if you watch the video, I did take some of the LLNW out right around here, and this right as it was making that little move down. I still have some left just in case it has another pop. So what an alert, 1597 gets up to 1771. It's a little bit tricky, this FMCI, but nonetheless, I'm just kind of going over some of the early alerts. Yeah, you don't have to be in the YouTube channel, okay, Ace? The reason why I have a YouTube channel is for those of you who don't. Sorry, this room that you're in, this trading room here is, I'll call it more robust. There are more traders, a lot of more interactivity. More importantly, I can dole out my links really easy. You know, somebody says, you know, they want to see all my scans. I can't do that in the YouTube feed. The YouTube feed is fine if all you want to do is hear me and see my screen. I can answer questions in the YouTube feed, but very difficult for me to hand out links. It all depends on the spread share. I mean, if it's a bad spread, I'll never go market. But if it's an okay spread, I'll go in at the market. Yeah, I mean, if easy access, Black Dog. It's just that simple. Easy access. Obviously, there are a lot of people who are used to watching YouTube, so just another option. Yeah, Eric is a trade that something I just never ever have traded because of the float. Never see that it moves that much. Yeah, I have no idea how to respond. I can't get into the trading room anymore. It's funny, because I've had put that link in before, people who are in the YouTube feed and they want to come in and they're in a heartbeat. But there it is. There's the link again. Just Sure, it's funny. I mean, I haven't really. If the spread is terrible, I just don't take the trade. Okay, if it's really terrible, I'm just not going to take the trade. One of the things you can do with IB is go in, take a midpoint and see if you get a fill. But if it's that terrible, if it bothers me so much, I just won't take the trade. We have enough things to look at that. If the spread is so bad that it causes me pause, then I don't even think about it then. Jason, nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. I was talking about this RT. So, for instance, here's RTRX. 1913, 1915, fine. I'd go in at market. I'm not going to try to get 1914 out of it as an example. Typically, the things that I trade, because I do wait at least 15 minutes, the spread usually settles down. It's only in the first 15. A lot of times that a stock like that one probably the spread was awful in the first 15 minutes. There's Dr. RX, a penny spread. I mean, most of the things but if I saw this at 275.3, as an example, forget it. I just say, I just pass. Okay, well, this one did not take out 18, so VVNT did not take out 18. A lot of times too, I mean, as long as there's volume, not all the time. You'll see stocks with a lot of volume, especially if it's a low float situation where the spread is awful all day long. And then you just say, okay, forget it. We've got enough good ideas, I think, that I just would not worry. And I'm not speaking to you specifically, Cher. I mean, I would not worry about not getting into something because the spread's bad. There's just too many other things that are okay. So there is a marketing meeting at 2 that I attend. How many shares you buy should be totally related to how much you're willing to risk on the trade in terms of dollars. And again, I mean, yeah, you don't want to buy something that is not trading any volume, obviously. Otherwise, how are you going to get out? But the same thing. I mean, we've got enough ideas all day long that, if the volume isn't there, you just pass on it. And again, at 1:30, very soon, I'm going to clear this and see what sort of re-alerts we get for new highs in this window. I'm going to clear it at 1:30. Excuse me, clear it at 1:30. Well, I'd use this. No, I'm going to answer yes. I mean, here we have a bunch of changes in the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 2 minutes, 1 minute, okay? 15 minutes, 30 minutes. So you can find the ones that have changed, like gone up the most in the last, and pick a time frame, 60 minutes. Well, again, we have these different change. Where are you? Okay, change in 5 days, 10 days, 20 days. Okay. This is what you're limited to. Well, I am on FMCI. I'll change it. You should see Eric now. Yeah, I think in this window, I don't think it's relevant to put the bid and ask. Okay, because it's going to change so much. It would be, to me, totally irrelevant. Why aren't you using your broker for your bid and ask, like your time and sales or something from your broker? Okay, I mean this is going to be to put. I think personally to put the bid and ask in the single stock window is sort of irrelevant because it's going to change so much, and this is not going to change along. I like what? Yeah, I mean just use. This is time and sales. This is interactive brokers, but every broker has something like that. All right, 127. So at 130 on the dot, I am going to clear this. Burp is on the move. BRP is on the move. This has been a nice one. I mean, look at this nice little run and good volume too. Um, well, John, I mean that's you're doing it right. You're doing it right. So I don't know why it's not working. I mean, I've got there it is actions and really I'm sorry I don't know how to answer questions like that because if you are saving your layout and then you bring back the layout the following day, you haven't accidentally. Are you getting alerts from other? Are you getting alerts from other windows? Or have you created alert sounds in your other alert windows? All right, I'm going to clear this right now. Because if the other ones are working, yeah. So the reason why it didn't show up, let's see, the high is 2978. Okay, I'm going to clear this. It's because I have a only up to $20 in this window, Chris. Okay, you of course when I give you guys this is a template. If you copy this or take it from the scans that I'm sharing, you can always make a change. But my price is between 1 and 20. Somebody wants to make it between 5 and 40, but that's the reason. And as usual, I'm comparing these two. There was the alert. This one is still with a count of 30. It doesn't start till 115, a count of 30. And this one is still the count of 60. So captured this a little bit early, 1568. Stock's at 16 now. This captured it at 1607. I know it's confusing, but boy, what a tumble NH had. It was a big one from yesterday, 537 down to 4 now. So this window has been really producing later on in the day, from 2:30, 3 o'clock, 3:15. Now I'll be shutting the room at 3, but you guys should be watching that window. And there's usually one or two that are really interesting. The count means a number of new highs. So it's made 69 new highs. Right there it was at 60, now it's 61, 62, etc. FMCI made 162 new highs. It's just another way of tracking momentum, okay, as opposed to just pure volume. I'm talking about the basic new highs, no repeat. Now the market is starting to drift down a little bit. Still, everything is still slightly positive, but I can see there's a red bar forming right now. All right, guys, so a little bit of a pop here for VXRT and a little bit of a volume. There's almost 500,000 shares in that 5-minute candle. I mean, it's been trading incredibly, of course, 67 million today. But a little bit of a volume burst there. Little bit. And it's getting bigger. This is what I'm talking about right there. You can see that candle. And what time is it? So it's another minute to close. And a little bit of a pop associated with that volume that's coming in. Well, the day has been a chop. That's why I've been kind of surprised or happy that we've had some decent trending plays, even though the day has been kind of a choppy day. Yeah, if it's a sideways arrow, yes. Yeah, it's a sideways arrow. Then it was a previous AI alert. So of interest, yeah, I don't understand this. I never understand this. We've got a 200-day moving average line here, but nothing here. I don't know if this changed symbols or if this was an IPO back here. See if there's any other history. Yeah, so it started as BRP. Oh no, I'm sorry. This is going back to 2011. So I don't know what's going on. Haven't even looked at the short possibility. So, well, there's Chewy, guys, 1393, 1385. Wow, there's no real support with this one. If you look left on the weekly chart, the next area down here is 1243 for a potential short for Chewy, CHUY. An H&R block, no, it really didn't move. This is one that could get interesting. I mean, look at the base here for H&R block. You know, I mean, if this is one of those ones that if it gets some volume on a pop, you know, it has some room, obviously. I'll stick an alert around 1410. See if it breaks out right here. VNet from Real. Now I see what he's looking at. Yep. So I haven't talked about the single stock window for a while. So the similar tab right there. So what that's doing is when I click on an alert, say Chewy, you know, this is in a sector. It's being lumped into a sector called full service restaurants. So you can see what the other ones in that sector are. Let's take a look at ATRA. Biological product, except diagnostic, etc. Here's what the rest of those symbols in that sector are doing as an example. So this is a good comparison. You know, you take a look at, so again, there's ATRA right there. So the top one in that sector is VXRT, you know, up 42% as an example. You know, it's dwarfing really everything else. I mean, but doesn't mean that other ones in that sector. So if you're in a hot sector, you want to follow a hot sector for the day as an example. You know, maybe home builders are hot for whatever reason. Or maybe this one is a hot sector today. Then all you do is once you see it, then you just pop it out, right click, pop it out, and it turns into a top list. Now you can add your filters. You can put a price range, a minimum volume. You can basically see it the way you want to see it, which is what I do with this one. Pharmaceutical preparations. Oh, way more of a day trader, Paul. No, look at BHC, guys. Nice little pop here on volume. Look at BHC on volume. Okay, so let's say you click on an alert. And you see it here. So if you, the similar tab, see it says competitors. I've toggled on to competitors. So these are the other stocks in that sector. And then if you want to follow that sector all day long, then you just right click on it and pop it out. So the first thing I did, I should also say this, the first thing I did is I duplicated this window. So I duplicated the window and I put it here. And then I pop it out. Just pop it out. And now it's a top list. See, right in here, you can't really control anything. These are the columns. That's it. Okay, but now that you've turned it into a top list, Now you can add, you can put in a price range you want to look at, a minimum volume, whatever the filters that you want to be using. So it's especially, every day, some days there may be a hot sector for some reason. The SPACs, the business associations, that was a hot sector for a little while. So you might want to follow those stocks all day long, as an example. All right, one moment, please. This is even a nice short for WKHS. This is the short version of the don't repeat. Okay, which I pay attention to it, but not as much attention. But this is the short version. Short at 816, 781 right now. All right, guys. Well, I'm not getting too many more alerts. Let's take a trade just for show you how you can do it. I'm going to see one that might make sense to take. Let's take EXO. I mean, it seems like it's basing right here. We're going to do a trade on EXO. I look at the spread. It's a 2-cent spread, so we'll take 300 right at the market. Okay, so there it is, 300 right at the market. Now the spread, as I did it, just went 801, 806, but it was 804, 806. So anyway, I just wanted to show you how you can do it. And how about taking RAD? Again, I go right at the market. There's only a 2-cent spread. Again, I'm just demonstrating how easy it is to paper trade using this, and I'm going to put a stop in. Actually, I want to see if I can create it so that you'll see how it just automatically takes me out of the trade. Excuse me. So I'll put a stop in at 780. That might not take me out. So you see there it appears right on the chart. So if it did go down to 780, it would take me out of the trade for a $76 loss. And as always, I can put in, if I do want to put in a target, Add a target, and I'll put in 850. And you'll see how it'll appear right on the chart. So as always, use this like a trailing stop. Okay, I mean, if it starts to work, you start moving your stop up right on the chart. Instead of this artificial, I want to use a 1% trailing stop or a 10-cent trailing stop, why not put this line where it makes sense that if the price fell to that level, you should take yourself out of the trade. And a lot of it will be based on the chart. You see a support area that gets broken, you should be out of the trade. And all this is available in this window right here called Brokerage Plus, all part of the standard service. So if you're brand new to trading, do not trade your money yet. Practice. All you have to do is load the window, new, Brokerage Plus, and then in the connection, connect to simulated trading, and you're away to go. Okay, one moment, please. And of course, if I want to get out of any trade, I don't have to wait to get stopped out on the chart. If I didn't like the way it was trading, I just flatten the trade. I can just click on the one I want to get out of. I can flatten it, or I can get out of half the trade. There's a way you can double your position. Let's say it really starts working and you want to add. I'm not saying you do that, but these are some hotkeys you can use. Okay, give me a minute again, please. I'm so sorry. All right, I will do the same that Real is doing. I know. Basing here. Yeah, 3038. Okay. That's the high right there. I continue to watch LLNW just to see. I mean, it's basing nicely here, but remember, this is a big float. So this is one of the reasons why it doesn't rip. And it had a nice rip there. And I'd say I've sold out, up here. I'm just kind of holding on in case it gets another like some more volume coming in. And I'm only doing that because it has room. You know, you look left on the daily, weekly, and monthly charts, it has room. It's not so much how I use it. I mean, obviously, I'm interested. I mean, it's going to tell me the spread immediately, and it just tells me how fast, like how much action a stock has. I mean, if you don't see any action, I mean, these are this is the activity. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you were at, what are we at, 1352. If the next trade wasn't until 1355, I mean, that's going to be pretty tough. So this just tells me how active a stock is in trading. But more than likely, anything that I'm looking at anyway is probably a pretty active trader. So it's not like really it's for the bid ask, to be honest. And I'm always interested to see, okay, but how fast is this trading? Is there a lot of action? Again, this is from Interactive Brokers, everybody. This is not from Trade Ideas, okay? And all brokers will have something like this, a time and sales. I'm not looking really at the level 2 at all. So, I mean, that's it. It's really nothing that fancy. Okay, it worked. Well, it worked. I wanted to show you. There's the XO. Notice it took me out of the trade automatically. It hit the stop that I placed on the chart. See what it did? It took, just wanted to show you how that works. So you place a stop right on the chart, that line. It hit the price and it took me out of the trade. So guys, I'm all out of the LLNW. The only way I'll get back in is if we get some volume. A little bit of a disappointment. I thought maybe once it took out that area before, it would continue to run, but it just didn't quite do it. Give us not a bad little pop-up here. But anyway, I'm all out of the LLNW, so I'm not in anything right now. And that marketing meeting is going to start pretty soon. So yeah, I'm just going to open the. Okay, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute now. The marketing meeting is starting very soon, so I'm going to put myself on mute. And you people in YouTube, I'm putting myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. A short meeting today, very short meeting today. So, what do we got here? So, the KTOV guys, I took it. This came from this right. No, actually, I'm sorry. This is in the one that has it at 30, not waiting for 60, just to do a comparison. So I ended up taking this KTOV. Didn't get it quite at 130. What did I get in at? 132. 132. Okay. See how much it runs. Now, certainly 132 gets back down to 132. I'm out. But I wanted to try that one. It was a little concerned it wouldn't take out yesterday's high, but it looks like it's trying to anyway. Yesterday or 2 days ago, 135. Look at the volume for this KTOV, 148 million shares. Holy smokes. This might be, what a week it's had, or a month it's had. 45 cents, 130. So it's traded the float over a little over 8 times. Oh, really? All right, well, ride it while I can. Look at the volume, guys. But that's not even the big volume day. Looks like it did about 300 million here. All right, well, LL Limelight is trying to come back. Some volume coming in. A little bit of volume is coming into Limelight, LLNW. All right, guys. Well, you can see the alerts as just like I can. I'm not going to tell you to take anything, but 1926 new high right now. Bit of a spread issue, 5 cents. Not terrible. And lots of room. Fair amount of room. I wouldn't say a ton of room, but definitely room to move. Yeah, there are no settings. There's nothing you can't do anything. It's all automated, Rex. You just wait for the alerts to happen. There's nothing for you to do. I mean, just load the window. New AI/Holly strategy trades window. Just load it, and make sure it's up and running before the market opens, or incorporate this window as part of your layout, and just let the alerts happen. There's nothing for you to do. Does that make sense, Rex? What I said? Just want to make sure you understood what I meant. I have a 32. I have 3 32-inch monitors, Stephen. Only if you want to. Only if you're auto trading it. I mean, if you're auto trading it, that's different. Oh, I see. Okay. Well, I mean, then it's up to you, of course, and then to, if you don't if you want to edit the instructions, if it's up to you. How are you doing auto trading it? But it's up to you. I mean, I can't, obviously I can't tell you what you're going to put in here. So when you say suggested, I mean if you're going to position sizing, if you're going to risk a certain amount, it has to be obviously indicative or a correlation to your. Oops. Okay, I'm out of the Ketov. Something happened there. I got out of the Ketov as I was. All right. Well, I didn't get too hurt. Well, you've got to pay attention. Yeah, what happened there? That was crazy. It might come right back. This might be just a real fake out here. I'm going to stick my alert right back up here. See. So I don't know when you say setting up properly. There's no such thing as proper. I mean, it's what you want to do, of course. Well, I'm always watching, even if you don't think I am. I'm always watching. Yeah, especially when the spread was fine. I mean, the spread was just a couple of pennies. So I'm sorry, Rex. I have no special insights on how to set up. Because everybody's going to be different. I mean, it depends how many trades you're going to take in the day, the size of your account, lots and lots of factors. Obviously, if you're going to auto trade, you're going to take every trade. I mean, and if you're going to commit a certain dollar value, or you're going to go in at a certain share size, there's a lot of things that come in. I don't think there's anything that is. It all really depends on your share size, on your account size. A lot of it. But what I would do also is maybe start a discussion with Michael Noss. Okay, well then start a discussion with Michael Noss. So you've watched that video, I'm assuming too, right? You've watched the video that he did, because I don't auto trade at all. Okay, so I yeah, this is the one. This is the about a 23, 27-minute, 24-minute video approximately. But I would start a discussion with him. Okay. Fortunately, I'm just the wrong person to talk to about using like auto trading the AI. You're more than welcome. You know what? You just have to experiment. Okay, the 1 minute volume spike. I mean, obviously, the higher that number, the fewer alerts you're going to get. It's that simple. So I would just experiment with it. I don't use that filter or that alert, okay? But just experiment. In fact, doesn't it say if you click on 1 minute volume spike, 1 minute volume spike ratio. If you click on help, this is, so if you click on help, it's going to give a pretty detailed explanation. Okay, so I would click on the help and it's all there. I haven't used that. I can't remember the last time I used that, to be honest. Do I have a suggestion how to best use TI with Thinkorswim? Are you? No, I mean if you're talking about external linking to it, I mean I can direct you to somebody who can show you how. You can auto trade in paper mode, but you do need a premium subscription, Thomas. Okay. Okay. So you'll have to go to the home page. Okay, and just there are instructions. No, I'm sorry, that's the wrong link. Wrong link. So go to the homepage and ask exactly that question, Stephen. And so again, for you, Thomas, you would need our premium service if you did want to auto trade anything. Man, BRP on the move. 1607 was the alert. 1617, 18 now. It's sort of a red bar ignored, guys. Now, it did have a pullback, and now it looks like it's trying to move again. What sort of resistance is there? There is, let's see, on the weekly chart, the next high looking left is 1676, but it is still through the two. Now, forget it. It's not the real 200-day moving average. We don't have that. Yeah, highest implied volatility percentile. We don't have a filter like that. Sorry. Well, Limelight is still kind of hanging around at bottoming tail, but now it's popped right back up. And there it is. I'd like to see some more volume though. Yeah, it looks like it might want to go again, guys. Just that the volume isn't great. I mean, it's, I want to see volume. I want to see a big volume bar. There's too many shares for me anyway. There's too many shares in the float for it not to have some volume accompanying it. But whoa, IPDN, and another one. I don't know why it's not showing up here, and yet I have it here. I don't understand. I think again this is one of those ones that had a name change or something. IPDN sugar. Look at this alert right there at $1.90, 210 right now, and really, yesterday's high was way up here. Was that what it was? IPDN halted for months. Okay, well, it's unhalted now. Look at the volume coming in. That's what I wanted to see. What I want to see for LLNW. I do remember that now. I do remember that being halted forever. What's the spot? Yeah, the markets are just kind of flat. Look at this. I mean, basically flat from yesterday. I've got I hear some noise in the background. I have a feeling the mowers are getting closer. Ugh, son of a... This one is really ripping. This is really ripping. Look at the volume. Now it's showing up here because now the count is 60. But again, I'm just experimenting. There's the count at 30. Now it's at 60. New highs. It's possible. Anything is possible, Kang. All right, it is 2:30, so again, very interested to see what sort of alerts we get now. This one did not do anything. I mean, 598, I got up to 6. I suppose very quick. Would have been very quick on that one. All right, guys, I took a loss on the RTRX. I may get back in. Just a small loss on that one. So I may take a look at it if it gets a little more traction. Maybe hits 1931 or something. Yeah, the smart stop is, I'd like to see them get rid of it, to be honest. It's really not that scientific. It's a guide that if you got into a trade or you click on an alert, it's going to give you a suggested stop, okay? But I have to tell you, it's not that scientific. A lot of it is 25 cents away, okay? So, but it is a guide if you want to use it. The count alert basically is just showing how many new highs a stock has made or new lows if it's going the other way. Okay, so the count alert really is just it's another way of looking at momentum. Obviously, a stock that constantly makes new high after new high after new high all day long is a high, like obviously a real momentum stock. So that's what the count alert does. It's made a few new highs, yes, 212 new highs, but. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on this IPDN. There's a huge bottoming tail there. I mean, this has some room. What did it get to today? Got up to 220, but yesterday, that's what I'm looking at yesterday, all the way up to 260. It's a low float, not a ton of volume. I mean, it's 24 times normal, so it's good. But as Rio said a while back, it looks like it might have topped out for RAD. You know, I'm still interested in this LLNW if it can just get some volume. And they're only, I mean, look, the reason I'm interested in it is because there's really nothing blocking it on these higher time frames, the daily, weekly, and monthly. I mean, I'm going back to, I mean, there's just nothing blocking it. All right, I'm going to stick an alert right around here, right around 220, and see if IPDN takes that out. Get some more volume coming in. Like to see that. Look at that volume that came in there. If that, even that, as long as of course it's blue, meaning a positive volume, if that popped it through. They're all being shared, yes. Everything is shared. Basically highs and lows. Just click on the scans tab or the room drive icon, a half open folder, scans that I share, download. Okay? Now that'll go to a Word document. Then you can copy the link and then load it. File load from cloud. You can just copy the link and paste it in there. Yeah, I saw that news this morning about Apple. I don't know how they would be. I don't know what they were doing. Anybody go into an Apple store that was open or is open? I mean, are they allowing people to touch the screens? Like what are they doing? They are? What do they have somebody trailing everybody with disinfectant? I mean, the typical Apple store is just jammed. Of course, it's probably not jammed, right? They're only letting a certain number of people in at a time. But the Apple store, I mean, it's a browsing store. So it's need based. I want this. Oh, I see. So I want to buy an iPad, okay, or I want to buy a Mac, whatever. Okay. So you have to really say what you're looking for. Okay, looks like IPDN is just a no-go. Well, again, this is just a zoom, so control key down on your keyboard and just zoom in and out. That's all you can do. So I mean, that's what I'm doing on that weekly chart. Okay, so control key down on your keyboard and zoom in and out. Make sure you left click on the chart first so that TI knows that's the active chart, and then just zoom in and out. Well, guys, I did it. I'm back in the limelight. I'm back in the limelight. And we'll see if this works now. I'm not getting quite the volume I was looking for, but it looks like it's a nice little break here. And if it takes out the high of the day, 734, this time I will probably. I mean, it's such a nice. There's just no resistance. I mean, it's possible, depending where it closes, I might even swing it. Okay, guys, I was going to say the RTRX may have settled down now. The only thing is, I mean, on that 15-minute chart, topping tail, bottoming tail, you can see a little bit of indecision. Oh, I see. Okay. And on high dock. All right, guys, what time is it? 2:40. So I'll be shutting the room down at around 3 o'clock. I'll stick around always if there are questions. Well, shoot, this one is right back up. RTRX, right back up. I took a little loss on this one. And the market is just really flat. The SPY is up just a little, the Dow's down a little, the NAS is down a little, basically just kind of flat. It's possible, absolutely possible. Is it setting up? Is it basing a bit? It's already running. I mean, it's almost at the high of the day, $5. I was hoping you were saying it's setting up, but it's already had the run or a run. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, so this showed up here. And that's the LLNW. Wow, look at this one. What happened with this one today? AHPI. Where's that daily chart? So it got as high as 14, almost 15, and they got all the way down to 12. $3 swing. AHPI finally gave it up. Yeah, VXRT getting very, very close to taking out 5. Do I want to get into this one again? RTRX. All right, so the Rite Aid may have based at 16. I don't know. I just don't know. I don't have the same feeling about this, but that's the RTRX. Oh, is that a rhetorical question, Shank? Okay, guys, there's the VXRT. Just pop through 5. And OBCI, somebody was mentioning OBCI, and ooh, wow, yeah. This just showed up now because the volume. So the relative, I have to have a relative volume of at least 3 in here. So that's why this did not show up before. VXRT exploding again. This is the one I'd love to see put a little mini explosion. I'm just going to keep putting these little price alerts to induce it up. Nice reel. I did not. Yeah, the relative volume wasn't high enough for it to be in here. That's why it didn't show up. Yeah, it's a terrible spread. Yeah, it was a 30 cents. Just look now, it's 10 cents. Yeah, the spread. The spread was. I wonder what it was. Yes, that's why we have you, or I have you. All right, so looking left on that monthly chart, 540 is the high looking left on that, or is it here? No, $5. So 540 is the high looking left on the monthly chart for VXRT. Oh, volume. VXRT, guys, the volume is just astonishing here. 85 million now. So it's not quite double the float, 46 million, not quite double the float, but getting there. It might even 92 million, of course, would do it. Just another 7 million. Come on. Shameless plugging for this one. Shameless.
Hello?
Oh, just a minute, please. All right, guys, you know what? I think I'm going to have to shut the room down now, guys. I have to move my car and do a few things. So I do apologize, but I'm going to have to shut the room down right now. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern time, okay?